And we are live, and I tried to find the intro just to make it more
Oh,
special. There we go. Welcome to the RedBlue Pod number 98. How are you, Charles? He's already laughing because I messed up really hard.
That was peak grade cold open. Let me tell you.
Hell yeah.
like multi. That is peak professional. You
I know.
peak professional. I have to say.
It's unique, at least.
Yeah.
So...
Yeah, I can't argue with that. So anyway,
Well,
I
that's a
said
positive.
I have a bit of study, so let's not dwell too long on,
Yeah.
because I need to go. After.
Yeah. So, how are you, Charles?
We'll get to that later, but I'm alive.
Oh, okay.
Well, that sounds interesting, but okay.
What about you, DC? How are you?
I wish I can say I was doing great. Fortunately, the last couple of days and today was terrible. So, yeah.
Have you tried smiling more?
Sometimes it'll help.
I'm dead. Rest in peace, MTT. Great.
No,
yeah,
I've,
DC.
I've not thought of smiling. What is smiling, by the way?
I heard you chuckle. I made you laugh. You edgelord, you.
Oh, that was before the podcast, Charles. So,
Right.
hey, I have
It
a
doesn't
lot of-
count because it's before.
Yeah, so I can't say it counts. Charles. Oh.
Only for audiences. Got it. I hear that.
And Gray, how are you, Gray?
Fantabulous? I'm doing okay. Good times. I'm here.
Good times. Yeah, I'm glad. So welcome. So Overlord, how are you today?
I'm doing fine. I have study. I said I have studies, so I kind of a bit of studies.
Yeah. So to get right into it, Sonic, did you have time to watch it, Gray?
Oh, yeah. Of course I watched Sonic. How could I resist that little blue fella? Yeah, I've seen it.
I liked it, like, even more than the first time. And he's laughing because I can bet Dre didn't like it. But I will let Overlord go first on that one. What did you think of Sonic?
Yeah. It was fun. Funny, I was part of the cycle at first, when it was the initial design. I mean, you know how many were like, nah, we're probably reenacting that famous scene from The Office. No, God! No, God, please! Yeah. But, the new design was better, an improvement. And actually, when I actually saw the writing was pretty clever. I saw many jokes, getting some interesting, getting some jokes. Some funny jokes, some funny jokes that someone who played Sonic for a year could get. Well, the sequel had way more of those.
There was more action in the sequel. This I remember.
But we're talking about the first one.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
Entertaining jokes. That bar fight always. That bar fight always makes me laugh.
Yeah.
And all of it. It's like anything. It's like anything. Enjoy, man. I'd give it a good I'd give it a good 8.
Okay, I guess that's great, sir. Now, what did you think of Sonic? Based on your opening statement, you didn't like it as much as me, or Overlord.
I don't know about that. So I was expecting just absolute garbage. Again, like Overlord was saying, based off of like the one thing that I'd seen prior to this, which was that original leaked concept art of Sonic that, hey, the studio actually took some feedback because everybody freaked out over how like just horrible it looked on this classic character. So yeah, I kind of assumed, the fact that it's Cyclops and this weird looking Sonic, it's not going to be a great film. I kind of love what they did. That being said, I don't know, it's weird as hell. I don't hate it. I expected to truly hate it, and it's like, okay, it is what it is. It's not my favorite flick whatsoever, but if you turn your brain off, it's kind of fun. there's an awful lot of Sonic playing with himself. Okay, that sounds weird. But he's playing baseball with himself and he's playing every position because it's Sonic. Of course, he can do that. I just happened to watch what was it, X-Men Days of Future Past, where they're also kind of doing like the dude who can go super fast and kind of slowed down thing.
That's Quicksilver.
Yes. So there's some things that they did that were kind of done well, like that film, like Days of Future. Wait, I can't remember exactly which one it was. I watched way too many of them this weekend.
Days of Future Past, but okay.
Okay, that's what I thought it was, and I was like, wait a minute, am I an idiot? Was that first class? I don't remember. At this point, they all blend together. But I liked the time, whatever you want to call that, slowdown, because he's such a sped up fella. I liked that idea. I thought I would absolutely hate Jim Carrey as the Eggman, or the well, I wasn't going to use his professional name, but sure, Dr. Robotnik, if you will. I didn't think I would enjoy that, but I actually really enjoyed his performance in this. I think it's kind of weird that they turned Sonic into like a kid. He's very childlike in this. I guess it's not how I imagined him, and they did kind of change some of what's going on, but they kept enough elements that I don't know, it was entertaining for what it is. That being said, it's kind of an interesting confusion of what exactly is going on. Like, I don't know, how exactly do those rings work that are magic portals? But, whatever. It kind of works. In Sonic 2, you could go to the Emerald Zone. That was kind of fun, but I don't know. I just don't think that's how those rings worked. But then again, there was no Cyclops in it. Why is Cyclops driving Sonic, the fastest character in the world, in a truck across the country? Who knows? But it's a fun road trip movie. I don't know. Once I turned my brain off, it was fun. But not the I don't know, most powerful movie I've ever seen. But I don't hate it. I'll put it that way. What do you think about it? Sorry.
Wasn't one of the first X-Men graphic novels, his name was Dude Who Goes Super Fast? Wasn't that his name originally?
I think so. At least that's what I've always called him. And hey, Miss Sparkles.
Hey, Miss Sparkles.
Yeah.
Also,
I have to say, Multi, what do you think of my temporarily new name? Which
it's amazing.
It is kind of true. It's kind of true.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Miss Sparkles.
Happy birthday. Happy birthday.
Have you tried smiling today?
Here it helps. DC is a big proponent of it.
I don't even know what the definition of smile is anymore. So try helping me, guys. It's not going to work anymore.
For stream last Wednesday. Maybe that will help.
I do watch these streams, but yeah.
She's grumpy. Why are you grumpy? That's her birthday.
Getting old sucks, dude.
My uncle just turned 40, so I feel
that.
See,
that's a scary number. That's
he's ancient.
My next year, Miss Sparkle. Next year.
Yeah, see the clock ticking.
You will enter the old ladies bandwagon next year.
Whoa, Don Lemon here.
Wow.
Wow.
Okay, toxic multi-topic. Wow.
Wow, multi.
But we like the old, right? We like the elderly.
Yeah, we definitely.
Hell yeah, that's how we do it.
Oh, multi.
But just to defend the road trip aspect, didn't he shot Sonic and injured him, with the dart or the gun,
the tranquilizer.
Whatever. Yeah,
maybe
that's one of the factor. And the other factor is maybe Sonic just doesn't know where he needs to go to retrieve these rings. So
the conceit was he doesn't know how to read a map.
We did see him at one point try and then come back and then say, "Yeah, I might need some help getting there."
But what would take
come
longer?
back because it's
teaching him how to use a map or
Admittedly,
taking
the
him
sequel,
by
he seemed
truck
to
to,
be
San
able to-
Francisco?
It shows
Taking
in the
him by truck is more fun for a movie, you know.
Admittedly,
Like,
in the sequel, he knows better how to get around.
yeah, the
that
sequel is
point.
more action packed.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But then he's more familiar with Earth.
Yeah. So, Charles, based
Yo.
on what I've heard, I don't think you have seen Sonic, did you?
I have, just not recently.
Oh, okay. So, do you still remember what were your thoughts back then, or it's just too far away in the past?
No, but hearing the nitpicks, I don't think I want to watch it.
Well, it's a good movie.
I have seen it, but I might have given it a score. I don't know. I'll get back in that. Get away from me.
Wow. I'm guessing Multi is stalking Charles, and
What?
yes,
What? Since when? I will be weird a bit here. I had no issue whatsoever with this movie.
I'm not
That-
surprised.
that I find Multi. I find that hard to believe.
I thought that was a flawless movie.
Really? You're not gonna say can't aim,
Mm.
or
It's
not
Sonic.
funny, not funny, not funny? I
It's-
feel like we
okay,
got
okay,
like
so
0.5
Multi-
off of this at least.
Multi,
I
what's
thought
the
every joke landed.
Wow. Wow.
So
Well, I mean, it is objective. Your measuring system here. Okay.
It's a kid, man. Don't you know many kids? Kids are like that.
Admittedly,
man.
officially, Sonic is 15. Of course,
so
Great
teenage-
Verse material, he's 15 officially.
Oh
But
wow.
Tails-
maybe not
Oh, wow,
in the
we're
movie.
older.
Well,
Wow,
he
we're
did
all
seem
older.
at least, act somewhat, youthful.
15, you're still a kid. Like, I'd say you're a kid until 21, when your brain stop like growing and developing. Yeah,
Well,
so you're still a kid.
that's an
DC.
odd age to decide that that's when adulthood starts. Why 21? Out of curiosity.
Because
He's
this is
multi-talented
when
God,
you
so-
you officially cannot grow any higher. Like
25. Your brain
25,
stops
it's the
growing at
brain.
25.
Yeah, but you
Well,
cannot
so
you cannot
you're-
like if you're 5'6" at 21, you won't go any higher than 5'6".
so you're just going off of body
Height.
growth. So just
Yeah,
body size.
growth. Exactly. Got
Well,
it
you
right.
can always
Body
grow
size.
wider.
Oh my God, Multi.
Abandon the diet.
I
His
Wow.
notes only say not funny. Yeah, that's
Um.
is that true? Females, it's 21.
I don't know about that. Like
Well,
the brain thing is true. It's 25, but I'd say like when your body stop like growing higher heights naturally, this is when you're officially an adult. I think.
so why are they allowed to drink here in the United Kingdom at age 18?
Same here,
'Cause
bro.
they're more progressive.
I think it's freaking stupid, but hey, it's like that here in Kingdom, whatever.
You know, monarchy's where it's at.
Like I've seen a bunch of 18 years old like getting drunk for the first time. That's like, damn.
Dude, Denmark,
PTSD,
Denmark,
traumatized.
they're not that strict. A kid can buy alcohol. Like a 13-year-old kid can buy alcohol at a supermarket.
I mean, if you got skills, you can do it here too.
Yeah.
Oh my, this one.
wow.
Dude.
Wow.
You just gotta find the right homeless guy. He'll help you out.
I mean, it is nice that now a toddler can go get drunk pretty easily. So yeah, that's nice. This is a lovely world we live in.
Dude, Denmark's the second happiest country in the world. They're doing
If
something right.
the kids are all on something, man, the parents must be happy.
Parents don't give a shit. The kids are out getting blasted. Everybody's okay.
The world is fine, but yeah, enough of that weird tangent. Bye. Anyway, I like the action, the music, the story. I just enjoyed that movie. That was a fun hour and a half.
But Multi, I gotta ask you this: what's the difference when it comes to your rating of not aiming in Spider-Man movies, who has a power that allows him to dodge
Well,
bullets?
Spider-Man, there was an inconsistency when I pointed that one out. Like he was shown being able to dodge bullet, but later on that wasn't consistent enough because they needed him to be injured.
I gave it
Okay.
3.5 stars out of 5.
Well,
You're okay with Sonic being able to dodge bullets, though, because
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
So okay, I got
well, it's because he's
He is faster.
Yeah,
But he's
Except when he
injured,
got by
actually,
surprise
Spider-Man.
by the tranquilizer. 'cause
yeah, he was
like,
caught
what
off
the fuck?
guard, and he doesn't have spider. I said because the thing he doesn't have spider sense, which would normally allow Spider-Man to actually see, like,
He didn't expect to bump into someone with the tranquilizer.
yeah, he was too
thing.
busy panicking at when suddenly. Yeah,
Plus, that's a kid, so kids do weird stuff sometimes.
and he was caught off guard, and both were panicking.
Okay, but Eggman didn't catch him off guard at any other time. Just he's able to dodge him.
He had
100%. You're right.
he had
Consistency there,
high-tech
100%.
He had advanced technology.
This I can't remember actually. Maybe you're right.
the power-
I would need to rewatch
the tech,
that fight.
He had
but-
technology powered by the quill that gave speed equivalent to. Yeah,
Actually, now maybe you just made the movie worse. I will need to rewatch that action sequence.
actually, he has this. Actually, he has the quill, which actually gives his tech speed comparable to Sonic. So could actually match him in speed.
But you're using head cannon, so it's kind of
No,
cool that you know your things.
No, we actually
but-
do see him. No, actually, we do see for a fact that the quill gives his tech super speed.
Did they say it in the movie or?
As soon as he activates the quill, immediately he starts to keep up with Sonic.
Yeah.
It actually shows in the battle. In fact, he was completely still, like the guys at the bar, until until he activated until the quill was activated, the quill based tech.
Yeah. Okay. So I guess it makes sense. But I will basically say this. I don't have much more to say. I like the music, the movie. That was good. I had a blast. For me, that's a 10. What about you, Gray?
So
definitely not a 10.
I already gave
You
mine.
know, I'm trying to think about it. Maybe like a 6. I don't hate the film. It's entertaining, but it is not perfect by any shot to me.
Thank you, Gray. Thank you. You're actually speaking logic, and you're not getting drunk and getting
Just
hot
because
like
he agrees with you on the Walking Dead season 6, bro.
Well, Multi, that's different because Gray's problems are more based on the storytelling and the writing. Your problem,
Me as well, dude. I have the same issue. I pinged you in what Cole said. You just don't want to hear it. You just don't want to read it. I pinged you. You have seen it by yourself. I got the same exact issue. Do you need me to ping you again so you can see it again as a refresher?
Sounds like a sexual threat.
Oh no! Charles, are the best. Thank you for bringing that funny. But yeah, okay. After this stream, DC, I will ping you again in Cole's comments. I will ping
That's
you
illegal.
again.
His brain is not developed yet.
So DC can see again and again and again. So, Sonic, any closing thoughts on the matter? Charles, after our talk, do you have any better idea or not really?
I only gave it a star grade. I didn't review it, so it's 3.5 out of 5 for me.
Oh, okay.
And that's probably heavily weighed by my nostalgia.
Oh
All
my.
right.
Maybe I'm crazy on that one.
Overload
But
was
on
really
The
good.
Walking Dead, I'm accurate. So
I'm crazy for Walking Dead.
yeah. Feel how I feel most of the time, bro. So
Sparkles has a
Okay.
point.
Multi is being. Oh wow! Are you
Wait,
kidding me?
Wait, what?
Oh my! That's violent. Guardians of the Galaxy is the next topic.
Yeah. Yeah. Here's one I said. I saw that one as well. I've seen the second, but I've yet to see the third. And just between you and me, might be the chronologically last MCU movie I see, depending on.
Oh really? highly recommend the Marvels, even if it's not a great movie. I
Yeah,
still
no,
enjoyed
no,
it.
no, no.
Actually,
I've
it's
seen
a
enough
bad
of.
movie. It's a bad movie, but I liked it.
You're recommending the Marvels.
Yeah, it's a
Um,
bad movie that I liked.
I'd
What can
rather.
I
I think
say?
I'd rather poke my eyes out than. I think I'd rather poke my eyes out, or maybe
Yeah, I
just
think I could go for that too,
Yeah.
Overlord.
or maybe get both of my eyes scratched out by an alien cat. I'd rather get both eyes scratched by an alien cat and see this movie.
Yeah,
Irony.
That's
Yeah,
sad.
And then get
That's
eat,
sad.
and then have the alien cat eat me afterwards.
But
My,
the alien
that
cat
was
is in
dark.
the Marvels, so
Yeah, I think I'd rather have that cat scratch both of my eyes and eat me. But,
Oh my!
Isn't
I-
it called like a flirkin or something?
Oh
But yeah.
wow!
can you
So,
remember the
yeah,
name of this? Anyway, I have my-
Guardian 3 is another case. I
Yeah.
actually thought the movie wasn't great. Well, actually, it was a bad movie that I like, so I have fun with that one. But
Well, I haven't seen
Guardian
it yet,
1,
so in 6 short months, we'll be on that one. Good time.
yeah, 6 months.
Okay,
Oh,
so
yeah.
well, at least it's at least that third one. But anyway, we digress. So the first one, a good start for the trilogy. Showcases all the characters and the arcs, and we see a bit of what sets up the future, some of the future characterization of later characters, namely namely the likes of Rocket.
Yeah,
Rocket.
We get a bit of a
Rocket
nice-
is cool.
I bet.
We like Rocket.
I don't.
Raccoon lives matter.
You're just be sure he doesn't hear you. You don't want to, when he is what he's like when he's angry.
Yeah.
Thank
So
goodness Thank goodness he can't hear us here.
yeah.
Otherwise, we
So
have to run for cover.
what did you think of that movie?
Nice fun. That's nice fun. And good way to introduce all the characterization stuff. We see a bit of more. It's like a of the characterization of the main players of the trilogy, Star-Lord and Star-Lord, Raccoon, and the like. And the likes. We see fun action scene and stuff. I like them. I even like the music. It's interested in some of the music I played there. Same with the sequel.
Do you want to add more? Over?
I think I'll go straight to the rating. I'll go with 8.
Okay. So Gray, what did you think of Guardian?
First off, I wanted to address Miss Sparkles. Raccoons are a favorite animal. Fair enough. Trash pandas are amazing. I love those things as well. But Guardians of the Galaxy, I fully kind of expected that I would. I don't know. I have a weird history with James Gunn. I like a lot of his work. He had done like a previous superhero movie called Super, but he'd also done some like weird ones like Romeo and Juliet. So I wasn't sure exactly what to expect going into this, and I really was not familiar with the Guardians of the Galaxy as like a superhero team. That being said, I was so like surprised going into this, and I just dig it so much. James Gunn really has a way of picking some really good music to go along with his films, and the soundtrack to this one I think is the best in the MCU. I don't know. It blew out my expectations where I was expecting to kind of hate this. I remember tagging along with some friends being like, okay, this is going to kind of suck. I think it's just before Ultron, but I can't remember what came out before it. I really didn't like it that much.
Just before Ultron. Ultron is next week.
Yeah, what came out just prior to this? I think wasn't it? It's not Thor 2, but I remember not liking Thor 2, and then the next one I kind of was meh on. But this one just kind of blew me away. I dug like all the performances. One thing that it did that is kind of weird is it really kind of changed the direction of the MCU after this. It seemed like everything was trying to put in like that same type of comedy, and it really works with these guys, these like group of I don't know, I guess you'd call it I don't know if they're necessarily depressed, but they're not the happiest of people, and I think they use comedy as a coping mechanism. That works really well with this crew. I really like a lot of the jokes in there. I was not expecting the whole like get the guy's leg for no reason thing. I just remember the first time I saw that, like it really did make me chuckle. There's some amazing parts in this, and they really did kind of make me care for these characters I had no idea about before. Just weird visuals, like I forget what their name is, the fleet that tries to stop the ship by all locking their wings together or whatever. Just the visual of that was really cool, like the kind of force field that they're making and then cannot hold, if you will. I don't know. I really dug a lot of this movie, and then the fact that it ties in with the whole stone thing. I do dig it. I really like that there is this character who's just completely kind of stuck in the past and stuck in nostalgia, and that's his only way of relating to things. I guess I kind of relate to that. So I kind of dig the Star-Lord character, even if I didn't know who the hell he was going into this. And I think Chris Pratt really kind of proved himself in this role, where I wouldn't have seen him as any sort of hero or anything like that before. I just saw him as the dude from Parks and Rec, who was, kind of funny, but definitely not the hero type. But this kind of paved the way for his whole like career revival or whatever you want to call that. It was a shift to where he's now taken seriously as like a leading man. I also wouldn't have thought that I would enjoy any role that Vin Diesel does, but I gotta say, Groot was pretty based. I was not expecting that, and I love the Trash Panda. Yeah, Bradley Cooper. So I didn't realize the stunt casting that it was Bradley Cooper and Vin Diesel going in, but I think they actually convey a lot of emotion, and I actually feel for this little raccoon robot hybrid thing, which is weird because it's just CG. I generally don't care for these things, but just every way this film kind of hit on a level for me that I really enjoy. Sadly, it kind of did change the trajectory of the MCU in a weird way.
Yeah.
I don't think they quite held this consistency, but I really dug what they did in this particular film. It really surprised me in a great way. So, I got nothing but positives here.
Feeling you, man. Feeling you. So, it's funny. Do you want to add more?
I think that's probably about it.
Are you sure?
Yeah, I think so. What did I miss?
I think you missed a lot. But okay.
I think there's some interesting things that are going on with Gamora and her sister. So in the comics, it's a little bit different with the whole Nebula thing. I like the competition between the two of them and kind of how everyone reluctantly comes together. And I kind of dug the whole like them getting arrested and having to go back to prison. Oh wow. Sorry, I just saw that Miss Sparkles had beat her oldest son. Good job. I don't know. So them kind of bonding in prison, kind of, taking each other's back, and then seeing like what they can do with their, I guess, combined talents, if you will. I also really didn't expect to like Dave Bautista's character. I did not like him in the beginning, but he really grows on me. So overall, I think it's great. I think Ronan is a much better villain than I can't even remember her name in the Marvels, who basically is the female version of Ronan.
Yeah, her I can't remember. Yeah, I couldn't be bothered to remember her name even if my life depended on it.
Yeah,
but he seems like a formidable foe, and
About
like
the same
way
way
they
that-
set him up.
About the same way
he's an actual enemy.
About the same way that the ones who wrote the Marvel probably couldn't write a good movie even if our lives depended on it.
Yeah.
Or the life of the whole
sad. Why would someone say that in an interview?
Well, I mean, give her the hammer and the makeup, and she's practically the same person. They set him up as like a formidable foe. So I actually did think he was a real threat, and just the way that they kind of set everything up in a weird way. I really dig it. That stupid dance scene at the beginning. I don't know why I like that so much. I really shouldn't. If you're going to tell me like, okay, just out of nowhere, someone picks up like these weird lizard frog things and starts singing into them, it's like, okay, that's going to be horrible. Like, I'm not going to like that. I really did. And then I love when they kind of bring back the dance battle distraction at the end. What can I say? I really like this movie. I feel like I'm probably forgetting something else. Oh yeah, Yondu. I think this is like my third favorite Michael Rooker role. That dude's always awesome. I think he elevates almost anything that he's in. But apparently he's really crazy. So, sometimes it leads
and also
to some good characters.
Also, Multi, the actor that plays John, his action in Walking Dead. So, just a fun fact.
I recognized him.
He's Daryl's brother, man.
Yeah, I knew I had seen him before. I didn't know where, but now I do.
I was only
just gives quite a performance in Mallrats. And then Henry, Portrait of a Serial Killer. Both great flicks.
I think
Very much the
Yondu is
same
far
flick.
better than whatever he came up with in Walking Dead.
Well, of course, because
You don't like Merle? Merle is a good character,
Merle's
okay?
human and Yondu is an alien, but okay.
Well, the end of the character arc of that character, self-sacrificing, that was cool, but the rest of it was bad. Anyway,
And if you told me that someone has a whistly arrow and that somehow it actually is like this weird weapon that you should be afraid of, I would have laughed at you. But it's pretty amazing. I really like a lot of what they did with this. I think just the fact that I had no idea going into this, a lot of it just was way better than I expected. So nothing but positive for this. DC, what did you think of it, sir?
Prepare to get your heart breaking, but this is one of the worst MCU movies and one of the worst.
I fully believe you, and you're gonna totally come up with receipts for this. But sure. Why, in your opinion, is it the worst out of the MCU? And you said one of the worst. So what is the worst in your opinion?
The worst MCU movie is the worst superhero movie of all time, and that is Spider-Man: No Way Home.
Okay, so no Tom for you. Okay, I got you.
Okay. All right. So things I hate about Guardians. I'm gonna start off with the most obvious answer, and that is the tone. So what do we get when we have aliens? Do we get the horror vibe with the xenomorphs? No. We get the SpongeBob and cartoon tone where we're just over to the top dancing. I mean that dance distraction was cringe. It's the dumbest way to beat a villain.
How is it a SpongeBob tone? Out of curiosity.
Plus, Quill is an Earthling. The guy who dances is from
half
Earth.
Earthling. Half
The reason why it's because the reason why I say it's a SpongeBob tone. Well, it's in a way it's an extent.
Well, admittedly, if some guy starts dancing, you'd probably be at least confused, Like, what are you? You'd be probably at least confused about like, what are you doing? Like, you'd probably be at least be confused by this. Really,
Sparkles. I don't like fun. I don't like fun. It's just that if you execute it poorly, I'm not gonna have a fun time. Actually, yeah.
How was it executed poorly?
Yeah, I don't
Good
see
question.
it. Yeah, good question, Charles.
It was done poorly because they just made this film because we want to have fun, and even though I
That's
just
fun. Do you see? Now you know exactly how I feel.
Wanting to have fun and executing in said goals are very different.
No, it's like the film, like Batman and Robin is a perfect example. Like, yeah, it's meant to be cheesy and fun, but it's actually executed well to a point. I can actually have a good time.
Stop.
No, I'm dead.
That's embarrassing. To compare Batman and Robin to the Guardians of the Galaxy for tone.
Multi, are you okay there, buddy?
I think it's stroke.
Okay.
Dancing is silly, but nipples on a bat suit. Okay.
I mean, even Superman 4: The Quest for Peace is more fun than Guardians.
Wait, what was it? What's more fun than Guardians?
Superman 4: The Quest for Peace. The one with
Yeah, you're full of moldy takes today. Fair enough. To each their own. I think you're wrong, but okay.
Okay.
You
There's
guys,
no Redbone in Superman 4, man. I'm sorry for the Come and Get Your Love alone. I don't know. The soundtrack alone puts it on a completely different plane.
Yeah. Other things I don't like about the film. This might sound hard, prepare to get a seizure, but I don't like the music.
are you kidding me?
I really don't like any MCU music. It all just sounds.
Oh, I get it. That's done for comedic effect. I get it.
No, Monty just laughed. Yeah. Yeah. Overlord Multi definitely has changed since the last time, but yeah. The reason I don't like the music is it's way too cringy and not like enough. And this goes for all of them. It doesn't even sound like, oh, something amazing will happen. It just sounds bland.
Are you talking about the score or the
Yeah.
soundtrack?
The score for all of the MCU movies, including this one. So yeah. Other issues.
Charles trying to figure out what's going on. He's like, what did I walk into this?
Other issues I have.
I'm sorry. I just need because I have to. So we should at least
You
bit
can
of a
let
wrap
him
up. I need
finish.
to go.
So since you need to go, I'm very sorry about that. So DC will have a small pause.
All right.
So Overlord,
Like I said, I'll give a good 8 at on the movie, and
okay. Thank you a
and
lot.
then I'll go. So
yeah, thank
bye.
you a lot for coming. Have a good day.
Have a nice day. Bye.
Bye.
Resume.
Other things I did not like about the film.
Other things.
Okay, so like all right. I do not like any of the characters. Star-Lord seemed too much of a prick at times.
That's the point of the character. He will get growth and change.
I
And then he takes smoking that has good characters.
I just saw Charles and I was like, okay, I'm just gonna. I thought a lot of the characters were crappy, like Rocket. He's like you said, Charles, underdeveloped.
He
No, I
was
didn't say
poking
that about
fun
him.
at it.
Don't attribute that to me.
Oh, okay. That's not the best RedBlue.
He's a prick. I've seen this movie.
Yeah. Drax, pretty crappy character, especially how he turned out later on. So he had the worst downfall of everybody.
You mean
Well, what about
crappy
later?
character in future movies? So you're knocking this one on it?
Yeah.
Fair enough.
I mean,
Where's my John Oliver meme? Cool.
okay, I'm just saying, I think in this film, even in this film, he still had pretty crappy scenes, but I think later on he gets the worst. He becomes the worst.
Nope. No future. No future projects.
Other things I had issues with. Let's see.
Dave Bautista's wrestling career. I mean, that was terrible, right?
I mean, I'd rather watch his WWE career because it's actually fun and enjoyable than his MCU roles. Seriously, I actually prefer. I remember. I actually knew Batista from WWE, not from the Marvel movies. But yeah, and I think he was far better in the WWE than he was in the Marvel movies. And yeah, Marvel movies. But yeah. Anyways,
okay, but name a better Vin Diesel performance.
That's impossible for me because I've never watched any Vin Diesel movies. So you're lucky.
Are you not watching any?
I am so jealous of you.
No, I've heard about them, but I've never watched them.
Wow,
So, yeah.
They're good family flick.
Never change. Never change.
But
That-
he has
that's
seen
pure.
Sharknado, so he's okay.
Listen, I'm going to take his side on this one. Avoiding Fast and Furious is probably best for anybody.
I like the first two.
All right. I have
The
to
rest
say,
is dog shit, though.
I have to say, most of the Guardians of the Galaxy in the film were pretty poorly representation in the film. Like, they were poorly represented in the film.
Of what?
In the film, like I'd say,
Representative of what?
how they were represented in the film compared to the comics.
But it's a movie. If you're writing a film if you're presenting a film,
I know that you have to obviously adapt certain and have to leave out certain things, but the way they do it in these movies is so
you have to disregard the source material.
Okay, now I think now Charles now is like one of those writers who's like, oh, I didn't read any of the comics, but okay.
But you can't base it off of okay, so this on-screen thing isn't as good as this drawn thing. Like, you do understand, to actually physically put it into live action. I guess there's a lot of CG, but it's not going to be a one-to-one transfer. There's going to be an adaptation of some kind in there.
Yeah. But I'm just saying,
I'm not too familiar with the source material, so for me, this was an awesome introduction to them. But I do know Nebula and Gamora, but aside from them, I really didn't know Drax or Rocket or Groot or Star-Lord.
Plus, DC,
and they did change Nebula a bit.
DC, on top of that, Charles is also trying to figure out how I think. So now you know exactly how I feel.
I swear to God.
We all gave up on that long ago, Multi.
Yeah. My last negative, I thought Ronan sucked as a villain. He wasn't intimidating, especially when in fact he got distracted by a dance. No wonder this guy failed Thanos. If you're
distraction dance.
No, it's now even a toddler can beat Ronan if he lost to something like a dance distraction.
That's
they might be able to distract him momentarily, but I don't know that they're able to defeat him. But
the guy had
fair
a stone that could evaporate humanity, so he clearly couldn't beat him.
We have a guy who has a stone who can vaporize humanity. Yeah, he gets distracted by a dance.
So if Star-Lord beat the crap out of me, you would say, well, how could some guy beat the crap out of somebody with a Infinity Stone? So your complaint would just be different.
No, my complaint is how ridiculous is that Star was able to.
Would you prefer it if an Earthling with just fists beat the crap out of Ronan? Would you prefer that?
Yeah, actually, I probably prefer that.
But that's not believable, though.
Yeah, obviously it's not believable, but it's
but you prefer that.
Charles, have you played fighting games?
Yes. Yes.
You know that there's a few characters who are just humans, and realistically, they shouldn't win. But it's something like that would have been.
They're avatars. The person who was doing the moves, it's just the person playing, not the cartoon character that they're using on the screen.
No,
that's a different. That's not a one-to-one comparison there.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done.
But you're using these comparisons like it's gospel, and that's not the way storytelling is done. It's not like fighting games.
I'm just.
But you brought it up. I'm telling you why it doesn't make sense.
I was trying to explain.
Yeah, but you're watching movies. You're not partaking in a fighting game where if somebody has played the game for years and days, it doesn't matter if they're Chun-Li fighting this green beast, they're gonna win. It doesn't matter who you do Goro, for Christ's sakes. It doesn't matter what the character on the screen is. It matters how good the person playing as the avatar is.
Chun-Li's pretty cool though.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Dick.
I mean, I was mainly referring to like. It looks like Multi is gonna be away, so we gotta keep the audience entertained. So anyway, unless we
did the mother part at the beginning like move you at all? Like I don't
No.
know, just like it starts out with the 10cc song, which is just so amazing, and then it goes like right into okay, his grandfather's making him actually see his sick mother. She wants his hand, and he like pauses actually touching her hand, and then she passes. Like I don't know, man. That was powerful. I actually forgot like how powerful that part was for me, and then on the rewatch, it was like, wow.
Yeah,
and then they immediately go into the dance scene with the frog singing.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't even have that same like feeling because of the fact that like it's not even relevant to the story. Like
it really is though, man. It shows him that he has an
what's
issue
not
being
relevant?
present
What's
in the
not-
moment. He's truly living in the past.
And yeah, and let's not
Player's so
forget the
important
fact that they spoiled the father in the second movie
Yeah.
trailers.
No,
with-
future film. Future film.
Future film. Future
And
film.
she says who he is in that. Just everyone assumes that because she's, like so far gone that she's just talking nonsense, probably due to drugs or whatever. But I don't know, man. Like she fully explains who the father is in that too. And I didn't notice that the first time I saw it. But yeah, I gotta say, I didn't think I would enjoy Pratt dancing, but both times I enjoyed it.
Okay. So to answer Sparkle, I gotta say, I like the idea of Barbie. I didn't like the movie, but I like the idea. So I like the emoji. It reflects very well a lot of things.
Have you tried finding a picture of Barbie with a smile on her face?
Wait, what? No, that's
wait,
perfect.
Wait, hold on a second. Wait, I
So
got a
wait,
question.
you hate the film, but you have to use the picture of her as your
Hell yeah.
icon.
Yeah, I
It
mean,
makes so much sense, Multi.
It's
Just like
Hell
every
yeah,
other one of
I
your
know.
decisions.
I
yeah,
know.
I mean, like compared with me, alligators are my favorite animal, so that's why I use a picture of an alligator.
Margot Robbie is the perfect
That
cast.
makes sense.
That's why she is there. She is the perfect cast.
Yeah, for the thing that you hate. Yeah, she's perfect. I got you.
Hell yeah. Well, I don't necessarily hate it, but I don't like it either. It's like it's average.
You said you hated it a moment ago.
Yeah, well, I was wrong. I'd say it's average. I give that movie a 7, and it's a 7 it
7 is
deserves.
average.
Yeah,
Average.
Okay, man.
I always make sense. You see, even Sparkle understands me. Anyway,
Does the
I
number
think
5 mean 0 to you? I'm trying to
Huh?
understand.
Did you
what
notice the
average-
lull in front of that?
so for me, okay, 0 to 1 is unwatchable, awful, terrible, all of the very kind word you can think of.
And spoiler, that's where you're putting Walking Dead this time. Fair enough.
Yeah.
Not yet. One of the episode I do, but not the season yet. Maybe 7 will change that. I don't know. We'll see. But
I mean, you already said you're gonna go into the minus with an episode of season 7, so I'm pretty sure.
no,
that
I
means-
said 0.2. That's not the minus yet.
Yeah, Charles, I'm trying to understand this guy nowadays.
But when it's 1 to 2, it's unwatchable. 2 to 3, it's awful. 3 to 4, it's terrible. 4 to 5, it's bad. 5 to 6, it's mediocre. 6 to 7, it's decent. And 7 to 8, it's average. 8 to 9 is good.
Can I ask you like just a quick tangent? So obviously 10 would be like amazing. Sorry for
Yeah,
cutting you off.
masterpiece.
I'm a jerk. So what do you think the purpose of having like a rating system is? Like, don't you think it would be so that other people understand like,
Hell
oh,
yeah.
here's
The higher-
where
the
it
higher
would
the
compare to
better.
everyone else's scale, but you're using a scale that is unique to yourself and must be explained to everybody, and then everybody always says like, wait, what do you mean 5 is terrible? So it requires like
I said
additional
bad, not
explanation
terrible.
and justification as opposed to the shorthand that most people use of, it's average.
For me, average is 7. It's like when you
No,
pass the test, right? If you
average
pass
is
that
the middle.
6,
For you, an average is 7. For
if
most
you pass the
people,
test
they would
at
say
6,
that is 5.
that means you almost failed.
That is the biggest incel
So,
number ever.
you-
Average 7.
So you understand that would be 7. So 0 to 7 is negative on your scale, where
Yeah.
only 8, 9, or 10 is a positive, where most people would have that as like, okay, from 5 on is positive, from 0 to 5 is negative, and then you'd have an even match scale, so that then you could go from there. Average is 5. Oh, this is better than average. Oh, this is below average. But for you, you're putting it at 7, which is
Hell yeah.
odd.
I would have
Hell
killed the average in school at 7.
That's why I placed the die. We didn't kill it, bro. People need to become better at school. I'm sorry. And it's super good because I
everybody
also
else
suck
that needs
at
to
school.
change, right?
I also suck at school, so that's a fucking but
So you're below average is what you're saying?
yeah, exactly. I'm below
Wow.
average.
So you're insulting Miss Sparkles? She was told she's a 7.5. So now you're saying that she's just average?
Yeah.
Come on, she's above average.
No, well, actually, no. 7.5 is good because it's not 7. If she was 7, that
Just
would
said
be
average a
average.
second ago. Sorry, the extra half
Average-
point makes it good now?
Average, yeah, average is 7 flush.
Flush.
The F
0.5
adds
is killer.
Yeah, it's above average.
Multi, are you sure you have I have worse takes than you now?
Yeah, like yeah. Stand by it. I think alligator has worse things than me.
It sounded like he was calling you average, Sparkles, and that is just unacceptable.
Yeah, it's unacceptable, Multi.
So, I'm wondering if any of you would like to add something before I move on with my amazing, wonderful take, like the best take ever.
Objective take incoming. Let's get this.
Hell
Wait,
yeah.
so was Disney woke when this movie came out?
Yes, they were. And corrupt as greed as
Don't think
always.
so.
What
Why?
year did this come out? I'm
14.
blanking.
2014.
Was it 14?
yeah.
Okay.
A decade ago. What was woke about this movie?
I wouldn't say woke, but they were definitely.
Well, I asked, is it woke? You said yes. What was woke about it? If you wouldn't say woke,
I
you
don't-
shouldn't answer yes.
There are some powerful
I
females.
thought you were saying like still were like the crappy people they are nowadays, but yeah, they're still.
I love that woke just doesn't mean anything anymore. Just whatever I want.
I mean, it always had its own weird definition for everybody. Like nobody has used it the same. There is no objective definition of woke, which sucks.
Yeah. Plus, I
So
don't
everything
watch,
can be woke.
Yeah. Plus, Charles, I don't watch or learn about woke. So yeah, that's another thing. Why?
So
yeah.
why would you answer yes if I asked?
Because it's not a sleeper, Charles. It is not.
So I asked that because I rewatched it today, and there's a line in there that if the anti-woke of today were around when this movie came out, the thing they would be focusing on is the fact that Rocket corrects Groot on gender. Learn your genders is what Rocket says to Groot during the chase scene where they're chasing Quill.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, he's trying to help Groot learn.
Yes,
You know?
but
Damn
that
Groot.
line
Yeah.
would be shoehorned by today's standards.
Yeah,
True.
but that's anti-woke crowd. But yeah.
Right. So there's that. Anyway, all four, four. Was it Rocket, Groot?
Well,
I'm trying to think how many Guardians are there? 4, 5?
Rocket, Groot, Drax, Gamora,
Oh, 5.
and
Yeah.
They're all flawed. They're all underhanded in various ways, but through their various pasts and different things that happened to them over the course of time that made them hardened and haggard with their ways of doing things that aren't exactly above board. They find some camaraderie. And for a movie that I had no interest in seeing up until the buzz around it that opening weekend, this type of movie is what gives the Marvel Universe that carte blanche that they earned to just kind of gamble with everything, because it's
So So not even Marvel versus Capcom, which is a Marvel, like, something that actually helped the
was
Marvel universe
like a
as well.
game that came out like a decade before that, though.
A fighting game too.
Yeah, which is
I
a
mean,
base game.
Mar-
I love that game.
Marvel
I
vs.
also
Capcom.
do love it.
Oh, I actually didn't know you played a Marvel vs. Capcom multi. But yeah, Marvel vs. Capcom 3 came out like 2011, and this film came out in 2014. So
Mhm.
you do the math right, you'll know exactly what I'm talking about. But yeah, so I'm just saying,
It
I
has
think
to be before 2011. I remember being
Marvel
like,
vs. Capcom was like 90 something.
yeah, I was gonna say, like, I want to say it was like 2000 or something. I was playing that in the arcade.
that was when the second game released. But yeah,
No,
Okay, fair
the
enough.
First one was from what year?
like 1960s, 1970s, 1980s, somewhere around there.
Yeah, like 72. I don't know.
1837.
I remember Marvel vs. Capcom, and I loved that. I don't know if I'm as familiar with the 2011 one. My heyday with it was definitely before that. But yeah, we should all kill each other via Marvel Capcom one day.
Yeah, I was just
That
pointing
sounds
out,
friendly. Deleting each other.
Yeah, I was just pointing out because
In the game.
Yeah, because Rocket Raccoon's on the Marvel vs. Capcom 3, at least its ultimate version, and I think they did him better in that game than they did in the film. But
How many plushies and posters were there of Rocket in 2011, as you say?
There was none because much like a lot of the characters in the Marvel roster, they were not that well known. They were pretty.
So would it be fair to say that the poster buying, toy buying public didn't really understand or know of this character until maybe the movie came out? Is that fair to say?
I think so. I don't know.
Because that's what I said.
It would be fair.
So
Yeah.
So
Charles, you generally have like some insight into like filmmaking and such. You've got a background and certified,
but Marvel
bona
vs.
fides,
DC,
if you will.
What was it? Marvel vs. Capcom. That's what it was. Part 3.
It's pretty awesome, man. It's a good game.
I don't dispute that 1 second. I didn't realize I was putting movies up against video games, though.
I was just comparing.
me
them,
neither.
Charles.
That's
I was just comparing.
Were you very familiar with
I'm
these
just having fun.
characters?
Don't worry about it. We're okay.
I honestly didn't know a damn thing about any of them except for Nebula and Gamora, but they're kind of involved in
I didn't even
the
know them.
Infinity Stone story, but in a much different way. So I don't know. That's the only part of the team that I really knew. I didn't know who the hell Groot, Rocket, or Star-Lord was. Were you familiar with these characters at all?
Are you talking to
Charles,
me?
sorry.
No. There was no other than Thanos, which was just kind of cock teased at the end of all the the end of credits scenes. That was the only one I knew. So I had no interest, just none whatsoever, as a just a movie kid. But then the buzz was pretty ridiculous opening weekend, and I think me and the then wife went to see it that Sunday, and we're just like shocked, dumbfounded at how surprisingly good the movie was. It was just shocking that like you didn't really need to be invested, and they won me over with the storyline, and like the amount of connection that Chris Pratt's character has to that Walkman is just fascinating. And like you at first for the trailers and shit, you think it's just a cheap gimmick to get those songs into the movie, but they pay it off like really well. And like he's really affected by a mixtape, and they hammer home why. And they don't quite have such an emotional point with the other Guardians, but there's stuff there that like they're flawed characters, and together they're a fun group.
Yeah.
Fact.
And it's not
That's
just the
true.
mixtape too. Like it's kind of the way that he does his dialogue too. He's always comparing it to like kind of nostalgic pop culture things.
Yeah.
He is just full of a bunch of references. It really is a character living in the past, which is kind of amazing. And it's kind of his journey to be in the present, which is, I don't know. It's really powerful. I like the way that James Gunn kind of does that with a few of them. I'm not sure if you guys are familiar with like Super or I'm forgetting the other one that he did right before that. It's interesting, but it's working on kind of multiple levels. It's not just a straightforward like superhero one. But yeah, I don't know. For me, this was an awesome introduction of the characters, but I get it. Alligator Lives is saying that it's not comic book accurate, and fair enough. I don't think anything in the MCU is. I'm pretty familiar with Iron Man, and I really didn't like Tony Stark as like a character. My favorite Tony Stark thing was in Wu-Tang. I really dig Tony Stark there. What can I say? But actual Tony Stark, I don't know. I didn't like that. And then when Robert Downey Jr. and Jon Favreau kind of reimagined this character and kind of put it into a more relatable, more contemporary term, I really dug it, man. I think for me, this is right under Iron Man. I think those are like my favorite two MCU films.
Yeah.
But I don't think either of them could be called comically accurate. They really kind of rewrite the whole story.
What was it? As of Avengers, they were starting the 2012 Avengers. They were just starting to expand and like really play with something that hadn't been done before. So they had to speak some sort of common language between the cinematic universe to make it all like gel together, which wasn't really other than the Civil War graphic novels. Am I right, TC?
Yeah, Civil War graphic novels. Yeah.
So to do something like that in film is just, I don't think I've heard of it. So to do that and to succeed is just fascinating.
Yeah.
I give it a 9 out of 10.
Oh,
so
already
average.
there. Okay, that's average. Okay, that's cool. I'm with you, man. I like your grading system.
Man, I had it muted, but I just laughed like the loudest I have ever laughed. Okay, so 9 out of 10 is average for you. I got you. It's ever sliding scale. I got you.
So, in my end, it's funny how like coming to it, I was like, my review I did last time was perfect, but then I rewatched it for the podcast and I was like, oh, I was damn wrong. There's a nitpick I had that doesn't make sense because now I was watching and I realized I was dead wrong on that nitpick. So last time I reviewed it, I thought I only had seen Gamora being the only woman in that prison filled with men. So I was like, it feels weird that she would not be separated from them. But then on this most recent watch, I realized, no, she wasn't the only female character in that jail. So
how much did you take off because she was the only female in that
0.5. 0.5.
Well, I mean, it is objective, your rating system, so that makes sense.
So on that rewatch, I was like, oh, I was dead wrong on that nitpick. But this time around...
Wait, the difference between Sparkles being average and Sparkles is having a female in a jail that you couldn't tell.
Well, again, I thought that was very contrived. Like, I thought
oh, that's the contrived part. I got you.
I thought because she's the only woman, it doesn't make sense that she would be with the guys.
Well, how many raccoons were there in there? How many tree creatures were in that jail? I think you got to take off at least another 0.5 for each of those.
They are all men, or we assume they are men. Except Groot. Groot is a baby, so he's a boy.
Okay. Charles, are you okay? Charles, are you okay, man?
It's just hard to deal with the subjective rating system. Like we'd like to argue, but it's so objective. It's hard.
Oh God. Yeah, Charles.
He fucking said contrived.
But again, I was wrong on that nitpick. I thought I was right when I first seen it last. Well, that was the second time, so that was my third time watching. But I was wrong. So correct your girl there. I was wrong.
Wait, hold on a second. There's other women in this prison. I gotta change everything.
Yeah. So on
I saw another woman in that prison. I'm gonna give it an extra 0.5.
Okay. Multi-agree. Say your ratings unless.
No, I want to start a campaign to get A legitimate Rotten Tomatoes critic.
Hell yeah.
That's what I'm trying to do. That's
Hell
my-
yeah. Thank you,
Yeah.
Charles, for the support.
Get you some
So,
pull quotes.
now on this rewatch, I got issues nonetheless, so it's not perfect.
I agree.
People-
You have issues, sir.
People cannot aim, but that was near the end of the movie. To be honest, I can't remember where exactly I marked it down outside of the end of the movie. Humor doesn't land. They overplayed the I am
What
Groot.
humor doesn't land. Like you don't understand where you just say like humor doesn't land. It doesn't help anyone out. Like what joke? There's like
So Monty,
hundreds of jokes in this movie.
Monty, it's kind of hypocritical that you criticize me for having an issue with the tone, and yet you just say humor doesn't land. So kind of hypocritical, but okay.
I haven't said anything about tone. I just said that that's funny that you think Batman and Robin is fine, but not Guardians. Like, again, I thought most of the humor did work, but there's some parts that were iffy. This I agree. But
It worked, but it didn't land.
to say Batman and Robin was better, that's a
I'd like a plane that landed.
some of it didn't land, but some of it did. So yeah, I didn't thought it was as
So,
bad as
The idea
DC.
of like giving a review, you're supposed to kind of explain why you're saying that. Like, what
land.
part
Well,
of it is not funny?
One
not
of
funny,
the
not
two
funny?
example is the overplayed freaking I am Groot. I am Groot. I am Groot. I am Groot. I am Groot.
I mean, that
You
is.
mean
I mean,
the
they did-
canonical thing that the character can only say his name? That's overplayed. You're right. They totally should have changed that to just
Hell
be
yeah.
Vin Diesel.
Hell
Yeah.
yeah.
Plus that they did
So
explain
You're saying
why,
that that's
but,
the comedy that doesn't work is the one character that can only say their name.
But there's
Only says
again,
his name.
there's another instance, but I took these notes after realizing I was wrong on the other points, so that's why I
But
don't have as much
The
detail.
Groot character is why cadence is all that matters in the delivery. It doesn't matter what he's saying; you can tell in the cadence in which he's speaking.
Yeah. Plus, yeah, that's kind of how he's meant to talk. But yeah.
So, my next issue would be plot armor on the cast holding a stone without dying. Even if Quill is half celestial, the others aren't. On top of that, the reveal of being a celestial is something they added in a sequel. So, yeah.
No future takes.
So they
So
do
that's why
kind of
that's
hint
the
at it.
issue.
The mother literally says that, like, your father came from the stars. I think
But
she
even
even
there,
says like he's pure
It
energy.
doesn't excuse
That's
the
not-
others surviving.
That's not. But you're saying that they just added this in the second one. They didn't. His mother literally says that in the opening lines of the movie. I don't know, man. Like, I think those two are nitpicks, but you'd
The
be
other-
like just knocking
others
the
should have
character
died.
that.
The others should have
So
died.
again, so he is actually like half whatever you want to call it, like he is the Star Lord, but he's the one holding it. The other people just grab him. We didn't see anybody else actually do that. We only saw single people touch the stone before. So you're going off of your own preconceived notion where this team mixed with this guy who is part of I can't even remember what ego is at this point, but he is half like this superhero. That team together, all touching it, is okay. I don't know that is against the rules that were set up. Only single people have touched it before, so you're just assuming.
The team is friendship, so they could survive because of friendship. But that
And
doesn't add up.
superpowers. But other than that, you're right. Like it's just
Doesn't add
friendship
up.
and superpowers. But
It doesn't add
other
up.
than that,
Yeah, but
I wish Jaden was there. He would defend me because he
Wait.
agrees with that.
No,
He would not defend you, Monty.
Yes, he would. DC, go back.
okay.
Jaden was on board with me. He
Jaded
agreed with
fanboy.
me.
I don't know
Yeah.
if you necessarily want to be in the same
Hell
corner
yeah, I
as
want.
somebody who calls themselves jaded.
Hell yeah.
Still.
Got it great, okay? I forgot to send him the link. Fuck. I will send him the link. But I
Too
don't
late.
know if he will join,
Oh
but he is great.
So wait, when the bad guy, the lead singer from Mudvayne, what the fuck? What's his name?
Dig.
No,
Oh wait, sorry. What the fuck is his name?
the
Ronan.
face guy, Ronan. That's it. When he takes the stone and puts it into the hammer, and he lived. So that was okay?
Well, you don't understand. He didn't have a team touching him. So,
But like only one person got
He
truly.
should have died as well.
It's
So you just
And
had
were they
another
not-
issue. Thank you, Charles.
not half
But no, the
superhero.
slave girl.
That's
died.
not another
That was
issue.
it.
That literally negates your issue.
The girl
But
died.
sure, way to go ahead and
Right, but
think
that's
of it.
one. That's 50% of the people that have touched it in the movie.
But the girl died, so it's fine. But
But
whoever placed the guy on the hammer, the rock on the hammer, he should have died as well. You're right, Charles. So I just didn't see it, but now I see it. So another 0.5 knocked out.
I don't. What?
Well, you see, Multi is very wrong, and he can't admit that. So now he's going to say somehow him misinterpreting what you're saying is somehow him being correct.
Multi, hitching your wagon to somebody else's opinion doesn't make anything right or wrong. You should have your own opinion. It
I
shouldn't
do,
be.
and that damn
I agree
rock
with this person.
should have killed the
Explain
cat.
why you feel the way you do. Not this person agrees with me. That's all that matters. This
God.
person agrees with me.
You're laughing, DC, but you're doing the same thing.
I mean, I'm only
No,
like,
he's
You're
comparing
doing
them
the
to video
same thing,
games. It's
DC.
different. It's different.
no, I'm only laughing for how funny this how hilariously violent this podcast is.
Violent?
Especially,
But the
You
rock
carry
should
on,
have killed them all. The
Wait,
end.
violent? What's violent? I wasn't saying anything violent.
no, I was just saying that as like a joke because like
Oh.
how chaotic our. No,
We're having fun.
These are my issues. The cat should have died. The end of the trilogy should have happened there.
But that's your own headcanon. You can't bring that to it. Like, oh, okay, this thing that wasn't established, now I'm saying that has to be. That's a really bad take, Multi. Like, and this is, coming from you, who's had a bunch of really bad takes. So this one's especially bad.
Multi's infinity gauntlet of bad takes. It's one of the stones.
Yeah, it is. He just enjoys driving us insane.
So, I still had a bunch of stuff I liked because I enjoyed that movie. The good outweighs the bad. The music, the action, the humor. Most of the humor worked outside of the 2 times I hated the humor. The team becoming a team was fun to witness. The actors were solid. The villain and supporting villains were cool. Gomorrah was top tier entertainment. The prison sequence was entertaining. CGI was decent back then. What else? Yondu was cool. Much better than in The Walking Dead. And Charles is just laughing his life.
No, I think he's trying hard not to laugh anymore because it's driving him.
I like the action. That's a good movie despite my
I
issue.
think he's trying to remain calm and try not to laugh. but-
Not winning.
So I don't know, man. Like, it just seems so nitpicky that it's like, okay, this character that can only say his name. The fact that I don't like that he's only saying his name, that I guess 0.5 off because that's not
Hell
funny.
yeah.
And then also this guy who's a half celestial, at least according to Ego, he's a celestial, so he's half human, half
The rest
celestial.
of the
Now
cast
you've
should
made
have
up this
died.
headcanon that he can't hold the crystal for some reason.
They should
because
have died.
yeah, Ronan could,
They
but
were
Ronan isn't a
touching it.
celestial, but he is half celestial, so he totally shouldn't be able to touch it. I don't know, man. These seem like weird nitpicks out of nowhere,
I
but
want to hear Multi's take on a Netflix special. Fucking comedy for an hour and a half. 2 jokes didn't land. Comedy didn't work for me.
Hell yeah.
well, just keep in mind every joke that he doesn't laugh at, it's 0.5 off. So-
Hell yeah, exactly, Gray. You see, you start to understand.
Yeah, no, I understand how ridiculous your standard is and how it makes no sense and nobody else has it. Where the whole idea of having a scale out of 10 would be so that you can relate it to somebody else, not so that you can then explain it to them and then argue why your scale is better. It's again supposed to be shorthand, but fair enough.
So in the end, I will give
Oh,
Guardian
God.
a 8.5 out of 10. So that's like borderline amazing. It's like great.
So it's just above average.
No, it's
It's a 1.5 above average.
no,
for
it's
you.
1.5 and a half above average. This is 8.5.
Yeah, that's what I said, a
Oh,
1.5.
Well, yeah, a point and a half. Yeah. So that's great. For me, that's great.
70% is average.
Yeah.
So I'm with Charles. I think I'd give it like a 9. I don't know. I think it is my second favorite MCU film. DC, I think you're giving it significantly less than us. So I think we got like 2 9s and 8.5. What would you give it?
A 1.5.
Oh, Christmas crunch. Buddy.
Okay. Well, good times. I think this has been very helpful for everyone out there. I think, we've done the world some good service with this review.
Yeah, and just to let everyone know, when we do the tier list, I'm putting this film in F.
Hell yeah. Okay. You'll be alone, but okay. At least you'll feel like me. Anyway, that's it for Guardians. So next topic would be Kiss Kiss Bang Bang.
Wow.
So have you seen it, Charles?
I've seen it, not recently.
Oh, okay.
And
well,
I've not seen it, Multi. So yeah.
I know Alligator. I know. That's why we keep walking that line.
I just want to say that the bottom 250 on IMDb, the lowest film in history is a 1.3. That is Shark Exorcist, which is tied with
DC
Kirk
likes
Cameron.
that one more.
Yeah.
Than,
Yeah.
See, he likes all the Sharknadoes, shark exorcisms. Anything you can get a shark in there, he likes it.
I think he
Rapunzel's
like
a 1.7.
Batman and Robin more than like most of these movies as well.
Yeah.
It's got some nostalgic value. I mean, bat skates. Come on.
Well,
I mean, I liked it. I mean,
the movie is older than him, so I don't know how much nostalgia can pull into it.
I watched it when I was like 5 or 4 years old, Multi. So I don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, I guess. That movie was amazing. How could they? I don't know. So, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang, masterpiece. Freaking loved it a lot. No issue whatsoever. I will let you start on that one.
It makes me feel really weird to agree with you, Multi. No, please. Why don't you keep going? I would love to, add on to what you're going to say about this film.
I gotta say, as a side note, funny how everyone involved in this movie would be canceled if the movie was made in 2024. So many offensive lines for the sensitive one.
Out of curiosity, like, what are you talking about? Like the fact that he calls it his like F slur gun? Or
who would like? There's many like.
So he's a gay character, though. Like.
There would be. I can't remember what exactly, to be honest, because.
So he calls his little Derringer his F slur gun, and that's because it only is good for 2 shots, and then you have to. I can't remember exactly how he finishes that joke, and then it turns out that there's a second part to that joke that also homophobes don't pat you down in your actual crotch area, and he's able to use the Derringer there. I don't know that anyone would be canceled for any of the gay things in this. It's actually super gay friendly. I was watching like specifically a gay review of this, and they just are praising the representation. But I don't want to go down that route right now. Fair enough.
It's not an issue again. I just thought like that was funny to mention that I think they would get canceled, but I guess I was wrong on that because apparently a gay reviewer said it's gay friendly, which is great. So actually, I'm glad I was wrong on that.
She is just a female, but her whole channel is going through like any sort of movie with gay characters and seeing if it's gay friendly or if it uses a bunch of stereotypes. And quite frankly, I think Val Kilmer's like portrayal of a gay character in this is just amazing. But I don't know. Sorry, I didn't mean to sidetrack. Please, Multi, please finish.
I like the action, the music, the story, like everything about this movie is just amazing. Like the opening sketch was entertaining with the kids, and they kind of pay it off in the end by telling you, oh, she really ended up being an actress. Maybe not a successful one, but an actress nonetheless. So I enjoyed it. There was also a lot of like firefights that were well made, and the ending was perfect. And yeah, this movie is just flawless. I don't have a lot to say. That may sound weird, but I like the trip, and I think anytime, any day, I will just rewatch it when I will have the time, and I will enjoy it as much. I just love this movie so much.
It's a 19-year-old movie, Multi. This is really comforting to hear.
Yeah.
Uh,
It's older than DC.
You're growing up.
oh my god. Well, multi.
It's almost 20 years old, actually. Almost.
Yeah.
I like this movie so much. And I like most of the James Bond, and they are freaking old. Like, I say most because the one next week, oh my. I didn't hate it per se, but the one next week is not that great. But
The one this week is so much worse. But hey,
I
you know,
like
a
the one
fun
this
take
week,
from you.
even if it's freaking ruined.
Oh
I will
yeah,
get
you know
pissed
the
over it.
fact that they try to make Sean Connery Asian in this one. Awesome.
I thought that was really offensive and funny at the same time. I like when things try to offend me. It's fun.
I
How many
mean,
4chan accounts do you have?
I mean, it is interesting
But
how.
4chan. I think you told me before, but I just have really fish memory. I can't remember 4chan.
8chan? I don't know. What are they up to? 26chan? I don't know.
So, yeah, I just don't have much to say. Kiss Kiss Bang Bang was hilarious. I did laugh a lot from start to finish. Dre, what did you
Rejuvenated
think?
Robert Downey Jr.'s career, too.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Or was
it was
one
a
of the- yeah.
huge step up. So before this, he had an issue like even getting insured to be able to take on any role. So this really kind of revitalized everything. And he was not originally considered for the cast. So originally it was supposed to be Johnny Knoxville in the Robert Downey Jr. thing, and then it was supposed to be Harrison Ford instead of Val Kilmer.
Wow.
Those were the two that were talked about for this. This would have been a horrible flick.
Absolutely.
So, yeah, like it would have been so much different. But yeah, so Shane Black wrote this, and originally he was just writing like a love story, a romance, essentially. There was no murder plot to it. There was no kind of detective story. And he just kept like showing it. So Shane Black, he is the guy who sold Lethal Weapon, that script, like way back in the day.
Also
And
wrote Predator.
Yeah, he did. That's right, Predator. You know, there's some real good ones out there. But I think it was like 8 years between when he had sold a script and this one, and he was just really working on this, but he couldn't quite get it right. And then one day, it just, I guess his way of writing is he just like writes scenes and throws them in a shoebox, and then once the shoebox is full, he kind of looks at it and then figures out what he's got and kind of can puzzle it together, which is a really weird way of writing. I would not have thought of doing that. I've done that with songs, but not like a whole, you know, script. Like that is just kind of interesting to me. And he didn't have a lot of the character quirks in this either. So when he came to Val Kilmer, what he said is like, I will only do it if you allow Perry to be gay. It was not actually in the script. None of this was any part of Shane Black's like choice. It was like Val Kilmer's only choice or only thing. Like, I will do this, but only under the circumstance that you make him gay. So it's weird. Like the character is just gay. They don't allude to it. Like there's no huge part of the storyline that does that other than like he, you know, says like homophobes never check there when he like literally keeps the Derringer in his crotch. But I don't know that necessarily is a gay thing or anything like that. Like they really just let him be a character. Like his sexuality isn't a huge plot point or anything
And
like
it's
that.
been
Other
champion for
gay Perry.
champion for its representation.
Yeah. So I mean, like he there are some lines where he does call it like his F slur gun, but it comes up in a couple different ways where so he's got a joke about it, and then he's able to use it in a specific situation where homophobes wouldn't pat him down in that particular area. So I don't know, like it makes so much sense to me, but there's so many like tropes that he's using that just like get thrown on their head. Like, so he's going to like a noir detective thing, but it's such an unreliable narrator, and it's so amazing. Where like, oh yeah, I just forgot the whole robot part. Okay, let's go back. Like, I don't know. It feels like it's, I don't know, like. So to me, this sounds like my dad telling a story to me, or telling a joke, where like he's got to keep going back, and like it's not like a through thought out thing. And it's a lot of these tropes don't usually work, but I don't know, the way that the dialogue is written and the way that Robert Downey Jr. kind of brings it to life. I guess so. Robert Downey Jr.'s wife was working in the agency that was representing Shane Black. So while he was kind of getting the script made, just Robert Downey Jr. happened to be there, so they had him sit in and like a table read, and he really brought that character of Harry to life. So then they couldn't imagine anybody other than him, even though they were kind of in talks with Knoxville over the role. It is just kind of an amazing, I don't know what you want to call it. Like, I feel like I use lightning in a bottle too much, but I don't know that this would have worked with anybody else. Like, just the fact that it just happened to be Robert Downey Jr. and it just happened to be there, and then they add so many real life things. So that actor who used to play RoboCop or whatever, who dressed up in his old costume and then drunkenly breaks into a house. That's what Robert Downey Jr. got arrested for doing. He drunkenly broke into his neighbor's house and then went to sleep in their bed. So they're just taking so many aspects of like real life and then bringing it into this. And then on top of that, he's doing so many tropes and just kind of turning them on their head. Like the whole, how many times have you seen somebody like try and question somebody? So they put like one bullet in, spin it, and then like really try to intimidate them. Well, it doesn't work out for him at all this time. And like,
bang.
my God, there's just so many little scenes like that. You know, and again, you could just start this movie as, okay, everyone just meets at this Christmas party. That's what happens. But instead, no, like you get the whole backstory of like the magician thing. You get to see why, you know, RDJ is at this party, that he's not really an actor, you know, his whole backstory where he gets his friend killed and then stumbles into this audition, and it just happens to be for exactly what he is. So he's able to play this so method. And then I love Larry Miller's performance in there where he's just like, these kids, the method today. I love Larry Miller, and that was just an amazing version of him. And then you meet everybody else at the party. You meet Corbin Burnson, who is going to be the bad guy. You meet Michelle Moynihan. You meet Val Kilmer. You meet Robert Downey Jr. I love every element of this. And then there's so many beats that it seems like he uses again in like Nice Guys, like again, like throwing a body over something and the effect that would have on down below. I don't know. I really enjoy this film. And then again, talking about the gay representation, like, yeah, I mean, Val Kilmer is not, so he does forcefully kiss Robert Downey Jr. at one point, but it's literally just to cover, because these police are looking at them. They're not going to say anything about some people making out in an alleyway. It makes so much more sense. But the second that they stop looking, he stops the kiss. He's not like forcing it on Robert Downey Jr. But if you really look at this film, I don't know. It might be a romance, but I don't think it's between Michelle Moynihan. I think it really is RDJ and Val Kilmer. Like there is there's a bunch of like breadcrumbs that are kind of led to this possible romance between them. And then just how friendly they are at the end where, you know, all of a sudden it goes to this thing that shouldn't work, where it's just talk to camera and it's, you know, somebody just ending this kind of vlog before vlogs were a thing, but it works. I don't know, like it just works so well. But just the way that Perry is just kind of almost draped over him, I don't know. And then the way that Harry is able to kind of joke with Perry as to like which guys are hot and who he should pursue. I don't know. It just, so many parts of this kind of work on so many levels. I really like this film, and it's hard to explain why. You know, it's kind of a convoluted story where there is this guy who is using an imposter to act like his daughter who's in an asylum to sign off that he gets inherited. It's very strange. And there's two kind of cases going at the same time, but that's all kind of secondary to just this kind of character study. I really love this film. I think this is Shane Black's best. I just watched Nice Guys again last night to kind of just see where he went, because from there he does like, I think Predators, and then what is the other one? I think
they
Iron
I
Man
mean they had,
3.
they
No,
had
not Iron Man
they
3.
had guys who were nice to each other, so that's something.
Fair enough. So almost all of his films do end up being like buddy films. So like I think it's Long Kiss Goodnight and Lethal Weapon, and there's a bunch of Nice Guys. A lot of them end up being like kind of buddy flicks, and every one of his scripts is somehow based at Christmas time, which I don't know. Christmas in LA seems super weird because, you know, like it's not cold, like people are still wearing like short dresses and stuff, but it's like Santa themed. I don't know. It seems almost foreign. I remember getting that kind of feeling from some of his other films too, but
It's his directorial debut too.
yeah, which it blew me away, and I was thinking, you know, like this dude is going to be amazing. Like there's the Nice Guys. Then we get Iron Man 3, and I don't know, it's kind of divisive. Like there are parts of it that kind of I don't know. There's parts of it that some people like, but it doesn't work for me, which is sad. And then we got Predators. But yeah. Just overall, I think this film is just amazing, and I can't say enough about this particular film. It just seems like lightning in a bottle, and there's so many things that shouldn't work, like the fact that he is a magician and then he does these magic tricks to, you know, get one over on the bad guys. Somehow it works. I don't know. I really like it, but I think I like more the weird romance that's going on in it. Like, you know, he has the chance to kind of be with Michelle Moynihan, but instead he gets drunk and goes for her friend. And then you think after all of this, you know, like he starts it out with, they've changed the world, but only for a little while last Christmas. You assume that means that they're going to like end up together or something, but just, I don't know, the kind of turn again where it's like, oh, you were with my friend. I don't know. I think it's kind of a fun callback and kind of bookend to that whole relationship thing. Just so many elements of this work. I think the writing is just so snappy, and apparently a lot of, well, not a lot of it, but they did allow for quite a bit of improv. I know there's one interview where Michelle Moynihan is saying like she had a real hard time kind of keeping up with Robert Downey Jr. with the improv thing, but she really gave it her go. But there's just so many jokes, and it's just so just packed. It really shouldn't be such a tight script, especially considering, you know, some of the other ones that he's put out. But man, this just works for me on every level, and I love the noir bit to it, just how dark and kind of cold they even make LA look to me, which is very strange. So
I mean, as pretty nice as LA looks, that does not mean it's not safe. So yeah,
they make it look pretty not safe.
You should see the movie, DC, before you're saying
you should. Someday you should check it out, man. I don't know, just so again, there's like some scenes that he kind of uses in multiple films. Like there's one where Robert Downey Jr. Discovers a body in his bathroom. That scene is just so hilarious to me. But then you see like Ryan Gosling and Nice Guys, like when he discovers a body, and like he almost does like, I don't know if you call it like Abbott and Costello type thing, but he like can't get the words out. He's like falling over himself. Both are ridiculous ways to deal with like finding a body, but then they've got to throw a body over something after that. Like there's kind of elements that keep coming back. Every film that he does is based at Christmas, so it's kind of weird. They're kind of like I don't know what you call it, like echoes of itself, or weird ways that he kind of uses the same elements and scripts. But yeah, it's just kind of interesting. So yeah, but I think this is my favorite Shane Black one, and that's saying a lot because he's written some really good ones. But
like Predators and Iron Man 3.
Well, we've got Lethal Weapon. I think it's what is it? Long Kiss Goodnight. Lucky Number 11 was pretty good. Wait, was he in? Sorry, he might not have done that one. Excuse me, I had the wrong guy clicked.
He wrote Lethal Weapon, Monster Squad, Last.
I forgot about Monster Squad. Yeah, Last Boy Scout. Oh, I hate that movie, but it's got some real fun lines in there.
Last Action Hero. I quite enjoy that.
I love me some Last Action Hero. Yeah, I dig Shane Black. I was really expecting kind of more, but still, he's gotten some real gems in that. So yeah, I think this is my favorite.
Yeah, I feel you, man. Do you want to add more?
I think I added too much as it is. This was
No.
not a hit when it came out. It was really
What?
kind of a bomb. So it wasn't
It
considered
bombed?
as like, yeah. Its opening weekend in U.S. and Canada, it only made 180,000.
Wow.
Gross worldwide is 15 million, but it really kind of hit once it made it to like DVD, and then people started kind of seeing it, and it kind of became a cult thing. I really dig this film. I wish it was kind of more known, but Nice Guys got a little bit more attention than that, so at least people kind of know him for that.
Phoenix Critics Society in 2005 voted it the most overlooked film of the year.
Yeah, it really was kind of a sleeper. Like people just, kiss, kiss, bang, bang. What? Like Robert Downey Jr., he's washed up. Like, no. And Val Kilmer was kind of nothing at that point, too.
11.5 of that 15.7 million was made internationally. So America wasn't keen.
Yeah, I didn't even have that broken down. So it's like 4 million in the US. Like, wow.
Yeah, 4.2.
That's not much, man.
No, not at all.
I like this movie so much. It's actually my third favorite movie we ever covered. And it's my favorite movie so far we covered from 2000 to 2020. So that means like the other two movies I like more were like 2022 and 2023 with Triangle of Sadness and Red Rooms. But outside of these two, Kiss Kiss Bang Bang was like the top tier, I think. I really like it. So yeah, amazing action flick. My favorite action flick we covered, because the other two I mentioned are not even action flick. So I think I will give this movie a 10 out of 10. Well deserved. Dre, what about you?
I really hate that I'm agreeing with you. So because of that, I think I would give it a 9.5. It's damn near a perfect film. I love watching it every single time. I find something new in it. There's just the lines are like a mile a minute, and it's just such good dialogue. Yeah, I can't say enough good about it. I'd go 9.5. Charles, do you remember it enough to give a rating, or did you give a rating on Letterboxd?
I have it as 4.5, so it's a 9 for me.
Nice.
Oh, okay. That's nearby. I'm surprised it's not 10. I'm lonely.
I don't have very many perfect films that I'm a snob about it.
Yeah, Multi.
Yeah.
Multi. Now you know how I feel when we were talking about Guardians. So that's how I felt.
That's always how I feel, man. What are you talking about?
I think there
Anyway,
might have been a bigger chasm because he gave it a 10. I gave it 9.5. Charles gave it a 9. You gave the other one a 1 point something.
Manos
A
can't
1.5.
fade over
I don't know that his either 1 off or 0.5 off is making him feel that same way, but we'll see. I don't know. I don't want to speak for Multi.
Well, it is Multi, so his scores are fucking backwards.
my scores are perfect.
Oh, average. Excuse me.
Well, I'd
Next,
say they're below
up.
7, so they're below average in my book. But,
Next up, the very offensive movie I liked. So, Dre, do you want to start on that one?
I totally forgot which one it was. You Only Live Twice, the Bond in Japan movie. Yeah. So Charles is going to listen to experience Bond someday in the future. So there's some issues that I have with this one. It's kind of well known that Sean Connery wanted out by this point. And fair enough, for most of the 60s, he had really kind of been an icon in this character. So they brought in a new director to do this, and they actually have this amazing set towards the end. So spoilers, they have a volcano lab that is they have a lab that is hidden under a volcano. The set for that is just amazing. In the 60s, it was over $1 million set, which the budget for Dr. No, the very first one, was $1 million. So just this one set cost more than the entire first movie. There's some really cool things in this movie, but it is it's got some issues. So first, Sean Connery does not want to be there, and he just looks bored the whole time. On top of that, he's just kind of like slouching the entire time. Where previous directors, specifically now I can't think of his name, but the dude who directed Dr. No and Thunderball, he really worked with Sean and was telling him like, okay, James Bond would not slouch. He would always be upstanding. He would care about his appearance. And he really helped him kind of create this character. But Sean Connery was so over it. And I don't know, that shows so much with the forced wedding scene at the end that just but yeah, so it's interesting. They start out with another Bond fake out death, which I don't know, like at this point, is anyone thinking that Bond actually dies in the beginning? Like, I think they've done it. I think this is the third time now that it's a fake out death to begin the movie. It's a little bit different, but it kind of makes you wonder, like, okay, was the girl in on it or were the police in on it? Because the police come in and like check his pulse and then are like, okay, he's dead. Then they put him in that bag and take him underground. It's interesting, but yeah, to me that the cold open doesn't quite work. I love the actual gunshot scene, the view down the barrel. The music that kicks in there is just amazing. And then again, it is actually Sean Connery since Thunderball, because we're using that widescreen version, so they couldn't use that original one that was just a stunt double. But Nancy Sinatra sings the song for the "You Only Die Twice" or "You Only Live Twice," excuse me. I really like the opening song to this one. I think it's pretty badass. And then we get to some weirdness where apparently this one spaceship is getting eaten by another spaceship, and it just, I don't know. So it's weird. In the actual book for this one, it's supposed to take place right after the next one on Her Majesty's Secret Service. So the character of James Bond gets married in that one, and then this one directly deals with the aftermath of that. So because of that, they couldn't go with any of that in this film because the character wasn't married or anything like that. That didn't happen in this one. So instead, they hired a different writer. So they got Roald Dahl, the dude who wrote James and the Giant Peach, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, like all those classic novels. They got him to write this James Bond script for some reason. And there's some parts of it that are really fantastical, but it doesn't seem fitting for a Bond film. It really does seem like some, kind of fantasy novel, if you will, or some kind of fun, interesting imaginary novel. It just doesn't feel like a spy thing. But yeah, so he has to go to Japan because apparently this rocket that's eating other spaceships somehow is landing in Japan somewhere, but they don't know exactly where. Yeah. There's some kind of fun gadgets. So Bond 2 times dresses up and acts like a Japanese person in this, which is kind of weird. One time they do it through the assistance of makeup and a hairpiece, which is really kind of offensive. But yeah, it's interesting. It does lead to a couple of really cool things, though. Almost everything in this is essentially what Austin Powers rips off and is mocking. Mr. Bigglesworth is directly essentially the cat that this guy has, and then it is so did you realize who was playing the main bad guy in this one?
I didn't. All
so it's
I know
Donald
is
Pleasance.
Oh,
Do you remember
what?
Donald Pleasance? So it's the dude who plays Loomis in Halloween. He's the guy who played now I'm blanking on his name, but yeah, the main bad guy with the cat. Thank you. Blofeld. Thank you. I forgot Blofeld's name for some reason. But yeah, so it's kind of amazing.
You're just like multi. You're just like
he is a better character than any of the Walking Dead characters. But keep going, Gray.
So it's kind of interesting. They used different actors in the previous one to kind of voice him, and were a little bit more menacing, where Donald Pleasance's voice is like a little bit higher pitched, and then he's so much shorter than Bond. He's like 1.5 feet shorter that it just, he's not as intimidating as you'd think that this like major villain would be. That being said, he's got this amazing, like fortress that I just love that set. So Bond goes to Japan, and he immediately meets his contact, and his contact gets killed. So he tracks down and kills the guy who killed him, and then pretends to be that guy. So he pretends to be the first Asian, and then goes to this, gets taken to the bad guy headquarters. And there's this amazing fight where they're like jousting with couches. I love that fight so bad. It is amazing. I really like that kind of fist fight that happens in that office. And then it ends with James Bond stealing some of their vodka and getting the hell out of there. Based. I understand it. From there, he meets a lovely Japanese lady, and they seem to really be hitting it off. She takes him to meet her boss, and, then they train him in the art of ninja fighting. So Bond now becomes a ninja real quick, which is kind of cool. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, that girl dies. So that sucks. And it's kind of sad, like he was really kind of attached to her. So what do? You got to put some makeup on him to make him look Asian, and then immediately give him a wife. So it's really weird. They parade like 4 girls by him, and he's just slouching again so much in this weird way. And then he has to, choose which girl he is going to marry. And he chooses a nice one for sure. And then she hangs around in a bikini, and they go to the volcano for no reason, and then discover that instead of a lake in the volcano, it's actually a metal roof, which is kind of amazing. And then it leads to this amazing set piece with a whole bunch of ninjas. And yeah, I gotta say, it is offensive, but kind of fun. That being said, it is my least favorite Sean Connery Bond film. I think you had a different experience than I did, Multi.
I did, bro. Bond. I love that movie. I loved it so much.
James Bond is lucky he's not in Mortal Kombat now, at least in this film. Because man, just
So I gotta say, you forgot to mention something, but I won't mention it because now Charles is back, and that's a spoiler.
His fun little vehicle that he huts around in?
No,
what part did I forget?
Did you forgot, like, nighttime on the first night with his wife, they were sleeping, and then there's a ninja that sneaks around, and he was, like, on the kind of rooftop, and he was trying to kill Bond with, like, poison with a cable or something, but Bond moved.
He's with some girl, and then unfortunately she ends up dying in his bed, which a lot of girls have died in Bond's bed. I get it. There's a worse way to go, I'm sure. But she's immediately replaced because they need to have the hunt for the new wife. So it's interesting.
Yeah. She dies. So that's one of my issues. Like, they want to kill Bond, but like they use really weird ways, and by pure luck, Bond survives because they made it complicated to kill him.
Oh my god.
So that's one of my issues. Now the second issue is plot armor again on Bond. So that's right after the big cool fight where Bond steal the vodka. He is being chased, and then they just take all of the time in the world to like pull up their guns, so James Bond has enough time to get cover and go inside the car of the ally. So it's like you see many shots. They're like, oh, let's slowly pull up our guns. Oh, the car arrived. Now we can start shooting. It felt very contrived.
It was a pretty cool car, though.
Like, it was a cool car, but it's so like plot armor 2000. It's like you clearly see them. If they wanted to kill Bond, they would have. There's nothing in the movie. Nothing in the movie tells you at that
trope,
point.
Though, like, come on, Goldfinger, the one that we all like. Come on, the laser. Like, if anybody wants to kill him, they would have killed him. So I did forget to mention the other contrived way that he almost dies in this one, where the second, or maybe it's the third lady he sleeps with in this one, she takes him up in a plane, and then instead of just like taking him out at any point, she decides to parachute out of the plane and destroy a plane to take out Bond.
Sorry.
So it's called You Only Live Twice. It is the Asian
one.
Bond, if you will.
The most racist
The-
one of the bunch.
Final, well, there's some contenders.
There's
but
worse?
it's the final Sean Connery of the original series.
Oh, and he goes out with a bang. I see.
Mentally, he had already checked out.
I liked it.
Of course you
it's,
did.
It's really vague. But my third issue is later in the movie. The Blofeld is like, "Oh yeah, you failed. I will kill you," and he killed the guy. And then Bond is still alive, and he's like, "Come with me, Bond." And then they go together, and then when it was about to shoot Bond, because for some reason now he's like, "Okay, you no longer follow me. I will shoot you." So like. He wanted to shoot him elsewhere, but like it doesn't make any sense.
You got to take him to the control room, and then when he requests a final cigarette, of course you've got to give it to him. It's a dying man's request.
No, it's after that, dude. It's after that. He wanted to shoot him, but then a ninja threw a ninja star.
I mean, he's
Save Bond.
It's an amazing set, though. Like they've got a working like monorail in there. They've got like a launch pad for rocket. Like it is an amazing set piece at the end.
yeah. Plus, multi. This is James Bond. He's the god of plot armor. So yeah.
Yeah, he has plot armor, but that's one of the biggest. And now I will try to send the link. Yeah, at one moment.
Sorry.
There we go. No, all good. I got distracted a bit.
It's my fault. It's all my fault.
Brain
again.
fart. No, that's fine. There we go.
Charles, you're ruining our fun.
No, he's not.
As always.
Anyhow, so yeah, a ninja shows up, throws a throwing star, and save Bond.
So somebody's joining us who literally was asking what you guys are talking about, and I that's why I asked about which movie, and he goes, "Nice, Sean Connery pretending to be Asian." So apparently, I didn't tell him anything else. It's pretty funny.
No, like it's kind of offensive. Like they go with like this weird wig that's just like
it's bad.
I like him.
They make him really like crouch down too, because he's like a 6'4" guy. Like he looks like a 6'4" Scottish guy, but he's anyway, it's you know, he tried.
Are there no tall Asians? Wait a minute.
But my issues aside, I like the offensive. That was entertaining. That's like the action was fun, even if like some of it was very like plot armor-ish. Like the action was still fun, and James Bond is just very cool. And seeing Connery, even if he was kind of done with the role, it was still kind of fun to watch. Much more fun than whoever took over right after with the next.
Are you besmirching the name of George Lazenby?
He is no James Bond for me. He's someone wearing a robe. Oh my. But yeah, seeing Connery was fun. The action was cool. I like the ninjas, even if it's goddamn racist. The ninjas were cool. And we finally get the face revealed of Blofeld, you know, like we always had the shot of the cats prior to this, and now it's like the big reveal. Oh, that's the guy that was playing with his cats for like 4 movies prior. So that was cool. I like it.
I forgot to mention any of the cat part. Did you see like the cat at any part in this? Like, were you paying attention to it?
I even remember the cat is in this one, but I remember the cat was on the other one.
Prison of Guardians of the Galaxy just before. So
they traumatized the shit out of the cat actor in this one. So the cat had previously been used as like a commercial actor. Like it was a, you know, like one of those actor cats. They did so many explosions on set that this cat could never work again. It was too skittish to ever go back to any sort of movie set. And if you look at it, the entire time. It's like trying to get out of Donald Pleasance's hand, and it's just like scratching the shit out of him like the whole time, and just the eyes.
Ketamine.
Its eyes are just like so wide, and just like you can see the terror in its face. Anyway, if you do ever watch it again, look at the cat.
Yeah, I mean, I think that cat's lucky he didn't watch my Marvel vs. Jesus show. That's for sure.
So that's actually a good thing that Alex wasn't able to make it to this one, because I can bet maybe he hasn't seen it, or maybe if he did, he would have suffered through that because he doesn't like animal cruelty. But like, poor cat. Like, why? Poor cat. I'm so sorry, cat. You did amazing,
like
cat.
Why
Probably dead now.
Why couldn't it have been a dog?
Yeah.
Because
Most likely.
like a
Super
traumatized
dead.
dog would. I mean, a dog getting traumatized would have made me happy. Just like you said, Charles. Wow, that was dark, but yeah.
Sean's face is like, what did I watch?
Charles
did I
is
say?
known for asking for dog trauma, so that does make sense.
What is happening? Thank God nobody sees this.
Yeah,
True.
Charles, we're going all out war on each other because it's a war.
Fair. It seemed fair.
I didn't realize it, but we're in war, sir.
Oh, are we doing like a guerrilla marketing for Civil War?
No, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much.
The divide is real.
Yeah, the divide is real. It's like it's 1 versus 1 versus 1 versus 1. So yeah, we're all one man to each other, one man to ourselves. Not
States'
like
rights.
Yeah.
So I also gotta say this: the cigarette was cool, explosive cigarette. That's like the coolest gadget we got so far. I liked it. That was fun.
The coolest gadget so far. He's got so many other ones. Like there's the watch, like whatever you want to call that, the choker that you can choke people out with just your watch. There's like the thing that allows you to breathe underwater for hours.
Oh, that
but
was
it fits in your
actually cool.
pocket.
I agree.
But the cigarette that
Thunderbolt
like
one-
fires a rocket is the coolest thing.
the Thunderbolt oxygen thing was cool. The thing that breathes underwater. That was a cool one as well. But the
What?
cigarette.
So not even the fact that James Bond can get a lot of women in his bed, so that they can mysteriously die is not even a cool superpower yet. Come on, Malky.
Lazenby is not Bond so far for me. I'm sorry. So okay. Don't have much more to say. I like that movie, even if it's very offensive and racist. That's
Wait, what is the best theme? What?
the what?
The best theme song? Wait, what's
So this
Oh,
one is
that's
done
the
by
next
Nancy
week.
Sinatra. It's pretty. So the Lazenby one is next week. Right now we're talking about the final Sean Connery one. This one was done by
on
Nancy
Her
Sinatra.
Majesty's
So it's
Secret Service or some shit like that, right?
Yeah.
that is next
Yeah.
week's the Lazenby original, the one and only.
There you go,
Right.
Stiffy.
I'm
Tune in
glad that's
next
the
week.
one and only. I hope that's the one and only. It's the one and only, right? He doesn't has any other movies. That actor, whoever did on or
George
service.
Lazenby. We've gone over this, man. Lazenby.
So that's his only Bond movie, right?
Sadly, he was not able to Lazenby around for the next one. It did go to Roger Moore.
Hell yeah!
And Diana
I
Rigg
heard
is
that's a
pretty
good
amazing.
era as well, even if people like more Connery. I think the only Roger Moore I've seen was Moonraker, and maybe Octopussy, but I'm not quite sure if I've seen that one. We'll
It's a
see
great
when
title.
we get into it. But that would be like the only two Roger Moore I actually have seen. But yeah, that would be fun times. That's at least like a good 5 or 6 movies, is it?
More movies.
I think
That's
it's more
nice.
than that, but I can't remember. It
How
feels
did-
Roger
like it's
Moore
more.
lasted longer than Sean Connery?
It feels like it. I could be wrong. I don't know.
I'm surprised.
It always felt like it took a lot longer to go through those movies for me, but fair enough.
Wait, how far are you guys in right now?
We are still early.
So we're on number 6. So number 6 is George Lazenby.
Yeah.
Yeah. We've got all the Roger Moore coming up after that. And then hey,
Piers.
Let's get some Roger Dalton.
Oh yeah, wait. License to Kill.
Yeah, that's Roger Moore, is it?
No, that's
no.
That's on
Timothy Dalton, excuse me.
Oh, Timothy Dalton.
I think I just confused Roger Moore and Timothy Dalton. To me, that section is not my bond, but sorry.
I grew up with Pierce Brosnan and Daniel Craig, and I did watch some of the past ones. Like in the past I did see You Only Live Twice and Dr. No.
Wait. Oh, okay. Okay.
Before we did the podcast. But yeah.
Pierce Brosnan's pretty good. I like me some Goldeneye, but fair enough.
So yeah, anyway,
like Halle Berry and Die Another Day.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I like Pierce Brosnan a lot. I cannot wait to rewatch these movies. These are
surfing scene
here. Huh? The what?
All I know is like shitty Bond, Pierce Brosnan surfing or whatever.
They good. Yeah. They are classic.
So
Ice Hotel or whatever. It's something.
So anyway, most of the firefights in You Only Live Twice were cool. And outside of that, I will give this movie a solid 9 out of 10. What about you, Gray?
Christ.
Wow, this one gets a 9 out of 10.
Hell
what did you give?
8.5.
Okay. 8.5. Okay, so this is better than Guardians for you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Hell yeah. It is.
So parts of this really stand out to me. It is a very unique one. It is my least favorite Sean Connery Bond one. At least when he comes back in the future, he kind of wants to be there, or at least the check is enticing, where it seems like he's just over it in this one. Yeah, to me, I think this would be like a 4. It's just a really
average.
not. Yeah, for me, it's below average. It's not very entertaining. There are some cool parts of it. Like it really does kind of show Japan, and it is kind of. So it was the 60s. I don't know that a lot of people saw like sumo wrestling events or anything like that. And then there are some kind of town, and then in the, I guess you'd call it like countryside scenes. It really is beautiful. The landscape, not like Connery and the yellow.
What's
face.
left of it?
Yeah. So I don't know. Like it really is kind of a mixed thing for me. But overall, it is a little bit worse than it is good to me. So I get it a 4.
Since that's a 4, damn. Okay. I sound crazy. So we are done with the Sean Connery era. So how would you rank all of the 5
for
movies?
now?
Yeah, for now. Oh, he's coming back. Oh my. Okay.
Spoiler, there might be one. They might have got enough money.
Okay. So how would you rank all 5s we got with Connery so far?
Goldfinger's a 10 out of 10. I could leave the rest of them. I remembered like Thunderball being a little bit better. Seeing it again, it's like that underwater stuff really dragged for me. So I don't know. I think I would go Goldfinger, Thunderball, From Russia with Love, and then Dr. No, and then under that would be You Only Live Twice. Would be how I'd rank them. Yeah. So I guess 10 to 4, somewhere in between there.
That's amazing. That's very different. So for me, it's Dr. No, 10 out of 10, followed by Thunderball with a 9.5 out of 10, followed by You Only Live Twice with a 9 out of 10. In 4th place, we got Goldfinger, 8.5 out of 10. And in last place, we got From Russia with Love with a 8 out of 10.
That train scene, man. The train makes it so much better than this one. Fair enough. They do joust with couches, so fair enough. To each their own.
So, cannot wait to roast the other one next week. Okay. The last topic. The Walking Boring. The Talking
think
Dead.
The Watching Dead.
The Talking Dead is an actual show, though. You
Oh,
do
really?
get that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a podcast that they did
God
after
dang.
the show, and where they would recap the episode and then talk about it and talk to the actors. So
Did they
You might not wanna
watch
call
the
it that
show?
one.
Did they
No, it's
watch?
yes, it's Chris Hardwick, and yes, it was
Remember
like
Chris
directly
Hardwick?
funded by the show. I'm
And
sure he
besides-
doesn't, but he doesn't remember names.
Besides,
I have
it's
no
a-
idea who guys are talking about.
Dude, AMC made stupid money off of this, so they milked it for any possible thing they could. I mean, it's clear with the 16 episodes of a 5-episode season, they were just milking every aspect of it. And after looking into it, I didn't realize that they're still doing like spin-off series.
I
It's
think they're
insane.
up to like 6 spinoffs now, or maybe it's
Yeah.
5. I can't remember.
Yeah,
Everybody has their own
yeah.
private spin-off now.
Yeah.
Dang.
Yeah,
Prequel, sequel, is there another word I don't know about? Prequel, sequel.
Sidequel.
so I mean, like, it's not really a prequel. It's kind of the exact same thing, just taking place somewhere else. So like, you get to see West Coast as opposed to in Georgia.
Okay.
I don't know.
Let me
It's-
guess,
what would
zombies?
this be like in LA when the zombie outbreak happens?
We are
Um,
not watching this shit. DC already struggled to finish the all 11th season when he chose that show.
11.
So we're talking about The Walking Dead season 6.
Yeah.
There's some really good things in there. There's some really bad things in there. There's a lot of filler, like Charles was saying. Like, I don't know that this needs to be 16 episodes.
Me.
But there's some really cool character beats, and there's some really cool. I like a lot of the plot lines. It does follow some of the comics, and they add a lot more into it that is only for the show and for the whatever you want to call it, like gasp, like Glenn's fake out death. Like, that's not in the comics. Like, they didn't need to do that a few episodes before what they ended up doing. I don't know. I kind of like Abraham's love triangle thing. Like, that it's not horrible. And then I like how he's kind of losing touch with reality and kind of puts himself in riskier situations. I still don't think that needed as many episodes as they kind of took on that journey. I kind of like, Morgan's returning. Like, that's kind of cool. And then I like the episode that they have dedicated to Morgan's backstory. I don't know. I don't hate that. I think Tabitha and Eastman were pretty cool in that episode. When I think of this season, that is one of the episodes that kind of sticks out to me. And that whole idea of like, you don't have to kill thing, building a cell. I don't know. I kind of dig that plot line. I think I would keep that. I think I would just wipe out all the wolf stuff. Like, I don't think you need that at all. Like, you've got this weird herd that's coming by. I think that could be the threat if you want to get like just one person crashing into it, so the herd's coming in. Like, cool. I just don't think they need to be raided by the herd and then raided later by what are they, the saviors, and then raided again later by the savior. Like, it feels like that just keeps going on and on and on, where they could have like skipped over that. The Tara and Denise romance, I don't hate that thing, and like her idea of like trying to get her a gift of orange soda. I don't know. I don't hate that. I don't hate the Jesse Rick romance. It leads to jealousy of the kid, and then that leads to him hating Carl even more. I kind of dig that. And then, ultimately the kid freaking out when they're trying to do the zombie trick. I kind of dig that.
That's in the comics, so yeah.
I don't hate that part. That kind of sticks out to me too. Like, would you freak out in the middle of it? Could you make it through a herd? I don't know. I kind of dig that scene. I don't know, that Daryl meeting Dwight and the two girls and losing his motorcycle, then getting it back, then having to go try. I don't know. I feel like that could all be done a lot faster. That doesn't really have to be whatever. The part that like makes no sense is the Negan's group coming up and like threatening them for the mid-season finale, and they just like fix it in 2 seconds, like the second it comes back, by just rocket launching them. I don't know. I'm not a fan of that part. And then there's like 2 time jumps. Well, Carl gets shot in the eye, then there's like 2 time jumps or a 2-month time jump. There's multiple time jumps in this season. I don't know. Like Carl does get shot in the eye in the comics, and it's not quite as cool as in the show. Like this one kind of makes more sense. It's just somebody gets bit, and while they get bit, they shoot, and then it shoots Carl. There wasn't like he's trying to shoot Rick, but then gets attacked, and he has this whole animosity towards Carl.
Don't you go
I don't know.
comparing to source material now.
I think it actually, the changes that they made in this one work better for me rather than like in the comic. It's just kind of someone accidentally shoots him. It's like, I don't know. And then I like that they meet Jesus. I don't know. That episode's kind of fun, I guess, the road trip episode.
Yeah.
But I don't think it all has to be that. I think it could have been much faster, just one portion of an episode. It just felt way too long. I like that we meet the Hilltop group and we meet Gregory. I think he's a really fun foe, but God, I don't think it needed to be quite as long. I think we could have gotten through that way faster. And then I'm trying to remember what else happens. Eugene's bullet plan is fine. Then all of a sudden, Denise out of nowhere just gets shot by a crossbow bolt. Like, I really think they could have done something more with the idea of the bullets, but instead, kind of nothing this season. It's just kind of thrown. Then they just get rid of Denise out of nowhere, where it's like, okay, like I kind of just learned her name, but fair enough.
I didn't
That
know her
seemed
name.
weird to me. Well, yeah, but that's not saying anything. And they made like a big deal that like her twin brother is named Dennis, and she just grabbed the keychain that says Dennis, and then it keeps showing like Daryl grabbed the keychain that says Dennis on it. So you really should have known Denise, sir. But yeah, the whole like
he doesn't even know anybody. He doesn't even know. It took him 5 seasons just to know Daryl's character name. So I'm not.
And Rick.
Rick.
Rick, it took me 4 seasons.
Carl
Yeah,
Katana
Rick
Girl
and
took a
Daryl
couple
was
seasons
like-
for him to learn too.
Yeah,
but-
and that was
but
Katana
at the end of
Girl
the
was my
season,
favorite character.
I liked the Carol shootout. It was kind of fun, like just in the middle of the road where all of a sudden she just, takes out a whole bunch of saviors. That, I don't know, that was kind of cool, but I feel like they wasted a lot of time with like, then the guy is tracking her down and then they go somewhere else and then he tracks her down and then he shoots her. I don't know. Like, I feel like that could have been really sped up. There are beats that sound really cool, but could have been done without the filler. And then the final thing, like the savior, the whole like, attacking the savior's complex or whatever, thinking that they killed all of them and then realizing that that true enemy is actually a much bigger part of the same organization. That part's really cool. Why didn't we get a taste of that earlier? Like, why did we have the wolves thing so much? And then it feels a little rushed, but I do like the whole chase at the end where, no matter which way they go, they're seeing more and more saviors, and then they're definitely leading them down some path to ultimately what ends the season. And it ends it in a really tense, real, like I knew what was going to happen in this. It still seemed really tense to me watching it again. I think they play the introduction of Harry Dean Morgan really well. And then they really do play that tension well in that scene. So I don't know. It's got some highlights to me, but man, there's just way too much like repetitive stuff. And it just feels like there's so much filler in this. I really think like 8 episodes would have been great.
Exactly my issues. But sorry.
Well, I mean,
keep
Charles
going.
said that a second before I said it, so why didn't you yell at DC and try and rub it in his face earlier than that? I don't know. There's a bunch of beats that are really cool in this, but I think it could have been 8 really solid episodes if they had just kind of kept on some of these.
Yeah.
But acting is good. I like the actors that it introduced. The guy who plays Eastman, I don't know, that episode still kind of sticks with me. I remember that dude is like Drew Carey's brother in like the Drew Carey show like way long ago.
What
But
is
yeah, I really
Eastman?
dig that actor. So he's the guy who taught Morgan. So Stickman, he's the guy who taught the guy with the stick how to use the stick. The Art of the
okay,
Peaceful
both staff
Warrior.
guy. Okay, that's cool.
the
No,
dude who has
no,
the goat
no.
named Tabitha.
Yes.
So no, Eastman is the guy. So Morgan is the guy with the staff, but he
Both
was
staff
taught
guy,
by
he's
Eastman. Okay, well, he was taught by Eastman, and Eastman had a goat named Tabitha. I don't know. I like that. That whole every once in a while they do an episode that has like nothing to do with the group. That was kind of the one that they did this time. I dug it.
Me too.
Again, I think that could have been like half of an episode and then get back to what they're doing. But yeah, I wish it went at a better pace. I think the pacing for season 1 was great. If they had just had like more budget, it wouldn't have looked kind of as cheap as it did in the CDC. But yeah, I think that's the right amount of episodes. You know, give them a couple more, maybe like 8. But yeah.
I mean, I think like
that was
season 2 has
music
like
to
the
my
best amount.
ears.
Like, I think
That
season 2
was
has the best amount of great.
that was music to my ears, Craig. I like hearing that. from you.
Stop daisy chaining opinions. Have your own.
I
Yeah,
have my
yeah.
own.
But why
Since
was
day
it music to
one.
your ears?
Because someone agrees, and DC is like, "Oh, you're the only one with these issues."
You
No,
guys
I'm
are
not.
children, the both of you.
I know.
I heard you.
And only one of you
like,
can legally say that.
Well,
I
it's only
know.
because
I know.
that's only because Gray and Shores haven't seen it in what 500 years. So that's why it's a
Oh.
little more understandable that they can have like characters are forgettable. So unlike
Oh,
Emo, they were
I understand. Based on our advanced age, you must assume that it's been 500 years since we've seen this. But you know, I rewatched it to give it kind of a fair shake because I saw that Multi put like 100 messages in that one channel saying how torturous it was to watch it. It's like,
It was.
you know, I remember kind of liking it up until Negan, and then I liked that first part of the next season. So I'm excited to kind of get back into it. But yeah, I did kind of forget how much, I don't know if you'd call it filler, but it's like I think we get the idea without kind of keep showing. Okay, now we're moving the herd. Okay, we're moving the herd. Okay, they're coming over here. Okay, we're building a wall. But there was kind of some fun stuff that they started this season where like there's the one episode where they try and like Breaking Bad it, where they keep showing like black and white flashbacks to the past. You know, they tried some stuff. I don't think that really was that effective or worked that well for me, but I like that they're trying things.
yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. I will roast it a bit, and then I will pass the mic to Charles. So
That's nice.
yeah, some roast. Okay,
You could throw DC
so
in between us.
huh?
You could put DC in between us.
Okay.
No, I think he's not even gonna listen. Let's just do it.
No, I do listen, DC. I disagree, but I do listen. I do. Anyway, my first issue would be pacing issue number 1. Characters have pointless discussion that don't progress characters and or story. Perfect example would be the damn pasta talk early during this season. I swear I could have find other example of that stupid small talk.
Well,
Like
The
they had a
pasta?
talk about pasta. Oh, how do you cook your pasta? It's like, I don't give a shit. I just want to see them beating the crap out of zombies.
You understand that scene wasn't about pasta though.
It was about
It was
normal
about
life.
the subtext, and yeah. Same thing with when they
It's The Walking Dead. I don't care about their normal lives.
Okay. I
Pasta.
don't know if
Pasta.
all right, pasta.
I ate pasta talk. Anyway, pacing issue
don't ever
number
watch
2.
Goodfellas.
They do drag
Yeah,
on
you
every
literally-
single moment in every
We
single
eat some
episode.
gravy.
They could have told the
Okay,
same story in 10 episodes instead of 16 by cutting the filler and placing important stuff together.
Mhm.
So that's my second issue. And even there are 10 episodes, I feel generous because I swear I can tell with like better writer, better pacing, I swear you can have told the exact same in maybe 8 episodes. Because really, like, what is really justified in that? Like, maybe parts of the last episode, parts of the first episode, but the fake out is a good example of like, oh yeah, they pretend he dies, but he
Oh, Glenn?
doesn't. Yeah, and then you pick up an episode later with him to learn, oh, he's still alive. It's like, you don't need an entire episode to tell you he's alive.
Part of
you
it is
need
that
10
character
minutes.
development, though. Like, because they're showing, what's his name? Is it Nick? Anyway, the guy that he's got a problem with, like, he literally tried to kill him. It's kind of showing that, like, you know, Glenn is all about forgiveness, and he's like, no, he's still useful to us. We're not going to kill him. We're not going to cast him out. I'm not even going to let someone know about that. And
that
he
part was
sort
fine.
of tries to redeem himself. I know, but like, I don't know. I get what
That
you're
part
saying. They're
was fine.
trying to go for character development and growth, but I feel like they hit that same nail like 5 times in that season.
Yeah. I was fine. Look, that guy, that's why he's not necessarily an issue for me, because I feel like he did got grow, because it also works very well with like Glenn's, you said it, like he's about forgiveness, and I enjoyed that aspect. That's why it's not necessarily an issue. The issue is like, oh, they fake out Glenn's death, and we spend an entire freaking episode just watching him like surviving and walking back to the group, while you could have told the same exact thing under 10 minutes. But it's The Walking Dead, so let's waste the entire episode.
I agree with your statement, but not the placement.
Okay.
It's the fact that they waited so long to, like, you know, sure, I understand the whole cliffhanger, getting people talking, because we like covering this series or this season even 10 years later really doesn't get the magnitude of the social like buzz at that show. It was like appointment television. People had to watch it every Sunday and talk about it.
And it was just cliffhanger was
Right,
it.
right.
Like they had to make you like, wait, what's going on? Like that whole Glenn's dead thing. It was.
Yeah.
And then they even took his name out of the next episode's like beginning intro. So you really think that the character is now dead.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a show that you had to watch on Sunday night or Monday morning, because if you avoided Twitter on Sunday night, Monday you were screwed. Because I remember I like made a point to watch it because at work people were going to talk about it. I was just like, I'm not getting this ruined. So it was just like watching it because like it's just a terrible reason to watch something. But I'm sorry.
Yeah, and again, like he comes back like 3 episodes later, and when he came back, I was like, oh, he was actually alive. Okay, whatever. They were too shy to kill the character. Great. But yeah, like DC, I know what you will say. No,
Yeah,
we don't speak about that yet. We are in season 6.
I was just saying, okay. I was just like, that's all I was said. I wasn't even gonna say it.
It's when you tell your viewer your character died, but then you change your mind after and you bring him back. It's not.
They
good.
don't technically say he died. They just play really symphonic, moody music that.
They took his name out of the opening titles, but they never said that he died. They just heavily implied it.
He wasn't in the episode. Why would his name be in there?
And like that kind of stuff. They also like do I don't know how it's called, but like in the season finale, they tell you, maybe Michonne and Daryl died because now they're among the zombies, but no, in fact they're still alive. They are captured elsewhere. I thought that was like, no, it wasn't great. In the final episode, they were all like they were walls of like walkers, and one was like wearing clothes similar to like
I think one had 2
and
dreadlocks and one of them had arrows in it, so they kind of makes you think that it could be, but
that wasn't
it's not
them.
a fake out.
It's like great fake tension.
You gotta have tension, Multi.
Fake tension because character is back. It's not really died. Didn't really die.
But it could also show like the psychological toll that the saviors are trying to take on the group as well, making them think that they've killed them. So I don't know, man. Like it kind of works for me. I don't know that it's fake tension. It's just added tension for sure.
Yeah.
Lighting was really shit again. Like so many scenes, you cannot see shit. Don't
Check
know
your
what they were
television.
thinking.
Yeah,
My
man.
computer
like,
is good.
I
It's the only
looking
show I have
that.
issues like that.
Yeah. I was able to watch a dark scene in the daytime, and I was still able to see what was going on. So I think there has to be either something wrong with your eyes or something wrong with your television.
My computer is brand new.
Strong colors are missing from it. If you want to say that it's too brown and gray, that's one thing. But
Too brown and gray then.
okay, it's not lighting.
Color sucks. It
Yeah,
makes me
yeah,
believe lighting is
You
They
yearn for
definitely try to do
neon green.
muted colors for sure.
Yeah, Everybody's wearing some variation of brown.
So sometimes it's challenging, especially nighttime. It's so hard to just keep track of what was doing what, especially in the woods when they were lost. It's like, bro, I get
you
it. It's
flying?
nighttime. I get it. It's nighttime, but like they bring it a stretch too far. Story feels contrived. A lot of story beats felt contrived since a lot of the story is triggered through character doing stupid shit to earn stupid prize. Best example would be people going after Negan crew despite being outnumbered. Like Daryl just going there, oh, let's go after them. They almost killed us, but let's go after them. Revenge. And they got captured. Hell yeah, I like it. No, I don't. Character also speak too much and they expect liars to hold their end of the bargain, even if like they don't. How would they have time to catch up to the decoy, to then question him and know exactly the plan to then get ready to for an ambush? So, like in the last episode, they had an idea. Let's send the liar like in the RV to make them believe we are still in it because it's nighttime. They can't know we are no longer in it. But then they go their own separate way, and like the decoy is just he keeps driving, and then the decoy gets captured, and then the decoy tells them, oh, they are in the woods. So how would they catch up to the decoy to then question the decoy? I know the decoy is a coward. He will tell anyway. But what pisses me off is the fact that they had time to catch up to the decoy, and then they had time to know what was the plan of the crew, and then they had time to go catch the crew exactly where they were.
Okay, in this part, I will defend it, and that is, this is a world where technology is not a thing. You gotta remember that. And plus, the Saviors has been around these areas for like a longer time, so that's why they can have a better understanding. And plus,
no, it's nighttime. They can't see shit. How could they know exactly where they were? Like in the plan Rick had is let's send the decoy, make them believe we are still in the RV. This was the idea. This was the plan. So they went on foot into the woods. So how would the villain exactly know exactly which part of the woods?
They had trackers.
They had trackers.
And they had already captured Eugene, and he spills his guts every fucking time he's captured. Right. So he would have told them the exact plan like moments earlier.
But again, they
sent them down that road, so they probably know any sort of offshoots or where they would go down that road, seeing as how that's the direction they were.
If you had to say it, if there is a theme in season 6, what would you say it is?
I didn't try to understand that shit because, to be honest, if I ate something, I don't try too hard on that aspect.
So the overarching theme of season 6 is a false sense of security.
Yeah.
That feeds into why Daryl thinks he could take them on by himself. Why they think that Negan and his group are easily defeatable. Why they make that deal with the hilltop or whatever the hell the town is, because they feel like they're big king shit, and they don't find out until the end. Go on.
There's also kind of the secondary theme of like, do you have to kill? And they're kind of really exploring that as well. Like, could they just make a deal? Finally, they get to the point where they say, no, we have to take him out. But that whole thing, like, there is a reason why they spend an episode with Morgan and he reads the book. Like, I think it's The Art of Peace in this one. I can't remember exactly what the book is titled, but
it's Aikido. Yeah. It's
that's the art of he learns, but I can't remember. Is it like The Path of Peace? I can't remember exactly what the book is titled, but like, there's a reason why he's building the cell, you know, like, so that there is an option. You don't have to kill going.
I think it was a Turner Diaries.
When there's life, there's hope, or something like that. I still think it's fucking contrived. Like, the fucking RV, they thought they were in the RV. They catch up to the RV. Right. I know he spilled his guts. That makes sense. This is true, but it's more the timing. It's like bang, bang, bang. It's like all happened under like 10 minutes. That's
This
like
is-
my big issue. And
This is The Walking Dead. It's
There were
not
time
Resident
jumps.
Evil. This is not Marvel versus Capcom. So I think we're either watching two completely different shows because I think you're watching a completely different show because technology, like I keep saying, technology is not a thing in this world. That's what you got.
yeah, and then I
So-
never said it was a thing. I'm just saying a decoy is a distraction. It's someone that's there to like extract your attention. I don't know how to distract you. It's a distraction. I don't have other words for it. So
I
the
mean,
decoy, the distraction should have worked. The plan was good, but because they wanted to
Why
capture
should
the
it have
group,
worked, though?
because
So this is like the fourth time that they were like led down the particular path. Like they
because
obviously
they
are
were
sending
in
them
the
to
RV,
someplace
but
in
they went
particular.
on foot. That's a big
No,
difference.
no, I gotcha. But they went on foot from the path that they were forced on, which is like the third or fourth time they saw the saviors, and then were forced into a different direction. So I don't know. They're all being led some particular way. Yes, they got out, but don't you think that if they're leading them some way, like Eugene would
No.
force to be catched, they are going to catch the decoy because they're sending him down one
I-
particular route?
The point was for him to get captured, but the point was also for them to escape in time. And they should have escaped in time because that was a good plan. The time they catch up to Eugene or
So,
whatever,
The last time
then
they
he
saw them,
spills
there was
his
like
guts.
40 of them. So you think that they could outrun 40 people?
Yeah, hell yeah, I will stick to my gun. I don't like how they capture the group. Like if they capture the group by the trees instead of having the good plan to escape, I would have been glad with that. Much better than just them. Oh, they're in the middle of the woods and suddenly they know exactly on which woods, because I don't know if guys ever went into woods by nighttime, but you cannot see shit. So good luck finding someone nighttime. Especially if you don't have technology. Especially if you don't
didn't
have technology.
account
It
for the
shouldn't work.
Georgia moon.
plus flashlights. Don't forget flashlights, Multi.
Yeah, but your flashlight would give you away. Multi wouldn't be using the flashlight because then that would give the saviors a chance to find him.
I love that I came into this week thinking I'm going to absolutely shit on Walking Dead season 6, and hearing Multi's takes, I'm like, wait, this show's incredible. Wait, what's happening?
No, it's terrible. I hate this
Your
show.
takes are so silly.
I don't care. It's bad.
But they
I don't
caught
like
them
shit.
when they were walking away. How could they do that?
How could they know exactly where they were? That's my issue.
Dude, they established that they were watching them in their little gated community. So, you know, they had people, tons of people that could warn them as to what direction they were going. And it's established at the end that they're being watched by Negan's crew. So no matter where they go, they were being followed.
It was kind of a Hail Mary. It didn't work out for him.
But the decoy.
The decoy should have worked. That's what I think. And I even if I'm alone there, I will stay on my boat. So that was really I didn't like that aspect. But I will admit now it's more my likes. Both staff guy was cool. Carol and Daryl were decent.
Eventually, you'll learn his name.
Eventually, I admit they tried. I say they tried to do something with Maggie when she kind of learned that Glenn died. Oh no, he didn't die. Oh, I'm pregnant. They maybe tried something. Michonne and Rick.
Well, she also
cool.
is the one who's like able to negotiate with Gregory. Like, I don't know. She did more than just like, I'm pregnant and he's dead. Like, I don't know. She's kind of taking charge, if you will, and making the deals come together with the other groups.
And she didn't have to do any sort of prostitution with John Connor's stepfather there to get the deal done.
I will also say this: Negan was cool until the reveal that it's an actual person and not an idea. I liked it more when that
But
was
it is
an
an
What are you
idea.
talking about, man? Negan is the coolest character on this entire show.
But I
He was
agree,
cool
season
until the
7 is
coolest
cool.
character was introduced.
The idea was better, man. But now he's a character, and now they can kill him.
Well, they weren't Negan
They
before.
won't
They were
because
the
the
saviors. Like you were just assuming that
We
they're all
are
called
Negan.
Negan,
We
even
are
though they're the
Negan.
saviors.
I am Negan.
Yes.
We are Negan.
But they are the
That-
saviors. There is one Negan, and they are
Yeah,
all
but
Negan.
they all said they were Negan. The girl.
They also said they were saviors.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
they still said they are all Negan, and this is also what they do in season 7. They are Negan.
That's it. Future shit.
Multi, that's
So really, like you
Whatever
weren't
I like,
impressed at
DC,
all
you will
with the
disagree
introduction
because
of
you
Harry
like
Dean Morgan.
this show and I don't.
no. It's
So it doesn't matter.
I was
It
gonna
doesn't matter.
I'm gonna point out that's not necessarily a flaw because it's how
It's
like
not a flaw. I like it. That's my likes, dude.
I
No,
didn't
but you said that it was cool until you saw
Yeah.
Negan.
It was
So
the character.
you really didn't find the introduction of Harry Dean Morgan, the actor who's playing Negan, as intimidating at all? You didn't find like that scene tense?
I found it was better in season 7. But again, we are on season 6. So in season 6, I was like, oh, okay, that's a guy and not an idea.
Yeah, that scene was incredible. Very, very horrifying.
Yeah,
Incredible.
that scene's amazing. It is really kind of classic. Like that is one of the ultimate cliffhangers. But all right, man.
Liked it
Apparently,
more
it was
in-
more
in-
intimidating.
Yeah, it was more intimidating in season 7.
I think
but
both.
we are
What?
six now.
I'd say
I
both
don't
of them.
understand how you could even say that. That doesn't
Negan
make any sense. But I
was-
guess we'll get to that in season 7. I was saying more intimidating, and then you met the actual character is where I was going with that. But I don't agree with it. I just thought that was what your opinion was. But
He's
Yeah.
more
Interesting.
intimidating in 7.
Yeah, this is when you go ape shit and kills people.
All right. Future shit.
Yeah.
I mean, that's kind
Spoilers.
of what he did in this one. Like it
Mm.
makes it very clear that he killed someone at the end of it. It's just the cliffhanger as to who it is. So I don't know, man. His introduction is like prior to his introduction, I think they had said the F word on there like 3 times. And then they have an uncut scene where he says it like 26 times in his introduction or whatever. So it like goes from 3 to like 26. It's pretty amazing, man. Like that whole monologue. He was on, I think it was The Good Wife at the time, so he couldn't shave. Like Negan is supposed to be clean shaven in the comics, but man, like he is that character to me. I'm sorry. He only had like 2 days on set and he learned like an 11-page monologue or something like that for it. It is the coolest character introduction to me on this entire show. And just, man, that actor, I love me some Harry Dean Morgan.
I agree.
Previously played the comedian, you know. Comedy.
The action
box
was
office
cool,
guy.
and I was glad to see the new group that will get more development in season 7. The group of actual good guys that are kind of naive at some extent, they are really cool. I'm glad we have like good people. You know, they still exist. Good people exist. So my worst 3 episodes were season 6, episode 13, with a 5.5 out of 10. And 13, let's see. I felt like that moment we had a stupid character moment where Maggie is telling what the villains wants her to say, and it's stupid because like now that you said it, they will kill you, but they don't. But like they could like end your life that moment because like you told them what they wanted to hear. So that bothered me a lot. Characters doing that kind of stupid shit bothers me in every movies or shows, doesn't matter. Telling instead of showing, pacing, useless backstory being told. 5.5 out of 10 for that one. So that was the worst episode for me this season.
Wait, telling, not showing what?
2 times. So there are like 2 moments where I'm like, oh, they cut the budget in the flashback, so they just
No,
told
not what you're
stories.
like. What did the show depict that they were telling, not showing?
To be honest, I can't remember. There's too much of
But
that
you have
in
it
this show.
strongly written twice that you
Yeah.
don't remember.
Because I've seen all 16 episodes like almost
As have
2
I
weeks
in a
ago.
week.
Yeah, but you have better memory than me. My brain is fried. Season 6, episode 6 was a 6. Hell yeah, 666.
Yeah, Satan.
The guy kept pacing small talk that don't progress the plot. Another meaningless depth of a new nameless character we don't give a shit about. I can't even remember what
which character was that? The one that we don't give a shit about? Okay.
That's one of the new characters from season 6. Or 5.
Which one?
6. I know it's
Which
not
one?
the one that
Build
has
a wall
character.
guy? The guy who tries to do a mutiny on Rick and then builds a wall?
To be honest, I can't remember which one.
Well, thank God you took the notes and didn't get the person's name.
Because if I didn't know his name as I was taking my notes, that means I didn't care about that character prior.
Okay.
Cool.
I know it's not the one that died where we thought Glenn died. I know it's not the same guy because that one had an actual character arc. But the one
Was it a guy or a girl?
Guy.
You don't even know, do you?
I'm
Is that
looking
Denise
at
the
my
nurse?
notes. That,
Was it
The guy who
maybe that's the nurse. Actually, I didn't give a
Denise?
shit about her.
The only person
sister of Dennis?
Did she die in episode 6? Maybe that was her actually.
She didn't die in 6. I think it's like literally the
Died pretty
finale,
late,
so it would have
yeah.
been like either
Around the
15 or 16.
Like around
Okay.
14, 15, yeah, around there. Those episodes.
Or
But
sorry, I
yeah,
guess it could have been 14. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's kind of blending together the end part.
yeah, just not the finale. But yeah, great. You were actually correct on that part. So congratulations.
So that one is a 6. Episode 7 is another 6. Pacing suck. The entire episode could have been cut down to 3 scenes. The episode was filled a filler. Characters act stupid just to add filler scene and pretend there's substance. 6 out of 10. But there's a bunch of 6 that season. Like the average score of an episode that season for me was a 6.
Your
but I
average
will-
score is below average.
Yeah, but the average because like
Yet it's still
both
the
of them
average
are there. No, it's not average in this case, but that's like the average because like all of
if
them.
most
are,
of your
are-
scores are that, then it is the average. It's just not
Yeah.
average.
No.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, Greg got me right. You got me right. Like it's the average score, but it's not average. Hell yeah. My top three. My top 3
This
will
is
be a
awesome.
shocker, but these are actual episodes I really liked. In third place, episode 9 with a 9.7. I guess I only had one issue, and that was like the color scheming, lighting, whatever. There's a moment I could not see shit, most likely, and I was pissed.
I tried to look it up, and I looked up specifically season 6 lighting issues or anything like that. There's a Reddit post where somebody's like, "Hey, I'm having trouble seeing this," and like every answer is like, "You need to adjust your TV." If you're looking at it through some sort of heavy compression, that always screws up the blackness. I don't know. If you're looking at this on the black market, there might be like it might be under heavy compression. If that's the case, black's under like the actual color black under digital compression really gets kind of wonky. I don't know. I'm not seeing like a bunch of reports that they couldn't see this season or anything like that. I could be wrong, but there is somebody that made a Reddit post about it. There's just not a lot of people agreeing with them.
I think we established that it's color rather
Yeah.
than light.
Oh, but
Well,
that
in the
was one of the
future, I
things. Like
will
one of the
always
guys
mark
in
on
there
color.
said, "I'm partially colorblind and I
Oh.
can't see anything in this. It just makes it super
Yeah.
muddy."
Yeah,
Are
I'm
you
colorblind as
partially
well.
colorblind?
Yeah, I am
Oh.
colorblind.
Dude, so I bet
Ah.
you it is literally that issue that like, so one of the guys was like, I don't see any issue with that, but it really
like-
is muddy to me. I bet those muted colors really do make it all. Damn, dude. I bet you
Oh.
you
Like-
are having a much different experience than we are because of that.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
am colorblind. Like right now, I see it because there's contrast, but like put aside green and red, I cannot tell them apart. Put aside blue and purple or blue and I don't know what
Mm.
like.
Yeah, my stepdad's completely the
That-
same way, like completely red green.
But I know
colorblind.
blue. If it's like right now, we got a bunch of blue on the screen, but like my sign confuses me. I'm not the one that made it. Like for me, all of my name is like blue, but like different shades of blue, but it's all blue. I don't know which one is
Oh wow.
yeah. So it's one of my friend that did my sign, but I was like, oh, I like blue, so that's cool.
So it's just all blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's an issue.
So,
well, that kind of makes a lot more sense. Like why it's like, wait, but we're not. Dude, we're having a completely different experience. That kind of sucks because they are using a whole bunch of muted things, and it is kind of color graded to be very, I don't know what you'd call it, like kind of monotone. Like it really is a muted color palette.
I can't.
So yeah, I bet it is all blending together. That sucks, man.
And it's worse than a lot
bet
of
the digital
indoor
compression
stuff.
mixed with that makes it horrible.
Like,
that's kind of what they were saying. Like there is kind of bleed in the blacks with digital compression. So damn, I bet you that's really exacerbating the situation.
When they are outside daytime with day lighting, I'm fine. And sometimes like even inside with daytime lighting and such, it works, but it's really when it's darker that sometimes I struggle. Not always, but like a lot. Enough for me to be pissed when they do that. Yeah, I have bad eyes.
Yeah,
that sucks, man. Like, so then I don't know, not to be insensitive or anything, but since that's kind of like a you issue, should the show get like negatives off of your score because you were not able to?
No.
Fair, but okay.
Because like, okay, so if I had a broken monitor and I'm seeing things differently on mine, like say mine isn't a color monitor, would it be fair for me to like rag it or score a show because on my particular device it's not as legible as every other device out there?
Yeah, very valid.
Okay, it just seems very subjective, where before you were kind of putting out your objective scoring system.
My second favorite was 14 with a 10, followed by 3 with another 10. So I did like these 3 episodes a lot. These were the exceptions because the rest of the season I didn't like. But yeah, I wish the entire season was on that level. I really wish that. So I did spoke too long, so I will let DC defend it because I know he likes the show more than I do.
All right, so this might be a hot take, but this is actually my favorite season. Okay, I was just waiting to see if Multi was gonna leave or if Charles was.
I give up, man.
Super hot take. It's got some
season
really
1
cool
is the
elements
best
of this
season, but hey, to each their own, as Grace says.
It's really short, and then the CDC is kind of like a cheap set. Like, and then the explosion at the end looks kind of sci-fi networky. There's some things that could have been improved in the first one with a bigger budget for sure, but I can understand liking the season. There's a lot of really cool elements in it, you know, like the whole Rick and Jesse relationship, and then that leading to the jealousy with the kid, and then Carl getting shot. Like, there's some cool elements that they do take directly out of the comic for this season. Yeah. I like a lot of it. I could understand why it would be your favorite.
Yeah. Great. Don't insult sci-fi. I should just warn you. But yeah. Okay, so some things I do like. I like how this season actually picks up from the last season, realistically, because you know they first start with Pete's death. Rest in peace, Pete, beloved character. And then we see
Pete. I forgot.
He's the father. He's Jesse's husband. He's the father of the kid that shoots Carl, and he's the guy who went crazy at the end of the last season and kills what's her name, the lead of Alexandria's husband. He's the one that they have to take out at the end.
Right.
Oh, okay, that's cool. Well deserved. Fuck this character. I'm glad he died.
He was the guy who was beating his wife, Molt.
Yeah, I'm glad he died. Fuck him. Keep going.
Season 5?
Yeah, that's season 5.
But they pick up from there, and then that gives the kid even more motivation because he hears that they're not allowing Pete to be buried in there because he's a murderer.
He doesn't deserve to be buried there. Hell yeah, fuck that.
but
That
it
piece
gives
of
that
shit.
character more motivation to be jealous of Carl, to have animosity towards Rick and Carl.
Okay. So, like I was saying, yeah, and I do like that, and it's actually kind of understandable why they decided to like not bury Pete because, yeah, I mean, yeah,
Burn the corpse and hide the bone somewhere.
Oh, jeez.
yeah, I like this is the season I'd say the Alexandria safe zone starts growing on me a bit. I mean, I'm still not the biggest fan of it, but it starts growing on me a bit in this season. Um, let's see. I also enjoyed this season actually is two storylines in one compared to last season.
2.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
it.
because first is the wolf slash zombie attacks, then is the Negan saga, but yeah.
And the tower falling randomly as well.
That's part of the first half, but okay. All right. I have to say I enjoy a lot of the characters. Gabriel, the priest, just for multi's sake, he's a great
Oh,
character.
the priest. Oh, the priest.
I thought he improved this season. I still liked him in season 5. Almost said 1, but I enjoyed him in season 5. I thought he improved in this season, and he gets better. Aaron, the guy who goes out for the safe zone, he's a great character. I enjoyed him. He's one of the best characters from last season. This season, better character. The introduction of God himself, Jesus. If you didn't get that joke. But yeah, I thought he was a great character. One of the best characters of the season. I see Charles questioning. I'm not talking about literal God. I'm just guy who goes by Jesus.
Just not his.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I do enjoy how this season also turns Jesse from abused wife to then protector of Alexandria. I do like that. Which I actually do think I enjoy. Kind of gives that more comic book vibe that you see in certain comics. Yeah. Other things I liked. I do like the episode where Maggie goes into a sewer with Aaron and gets her jeans wet because wet look. Okay, that was just a joke, but yeah. Yeah. I do like the build up for the saviors. I do like how they build it up from the first half, which I do like, to later on. Let's see. I will also say I do like Negan. I think he's very intimidating, very terrifying. I will say. I remember when I first watched, he generally was terrifying. I will say that. Yeah. Gregory, introduction of Hilltop. I much prefer Hilltop to Alexandria, but I thought Hilltop was a great introduction. And Gregory, who later on becomes a great character, but I even thought in this season he was still a good character. Overall, yeah, I'd say it's my favorite season. I'm not done with the show, so I'm almost done with season 10. I only have one more season to go, and that's it.
Hell yeah, that's cool. Don't forget.
Yeah. Plus,
soon.
Thursday I should have a lot of time, so I'm gonna just try and get through as many episodes as I could. So yeah, Thursday I should have a lot more time.
Yeah, that's cool. Do you want to add more?
No, I think I'm done with my positives. I'll go into my dislikes. I do have a few dislikes.
Okay.
I didn't think there were any, but fair enough.
That's cool.
Yeah, I mean, even though I do enjoy this show, I'd still say the best seasons still have some flaws, but yeah. Even then, the worst seasons still have some good moments, so fair. So overall, yeah. I will still say that throughout season 6 there are some crappy characters. Eugene, couldn't care less about his character. Charles. Rosita became a bit unlikable.
Rosita.
One of the ginger slanters.
Abraham's first girlfriend. The one that he leaves for the other one. He's like, I need the mopey one.
Oh, okay, cool. But I thought one of the two was lesbian.
Oh my god.
No, I think you're thinking of
Bi.
Tara and Denise. But
Yeah.
well, okay, fair enough. Rosita is bi, I do believe.
All of these characters are so forgettable, man.
I disagree with you.
Except for what they fuck.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah.
Yes, happy Unicorn Day.
What?
Hell yeah.
Unicorn.
Apparently it's Unicorn Day.
Yeah,
You know,
need
mythical
unicorn.
creature day.
Oh, if this was on Easter, then we'd have a problem.
Yeah, overall, yeah, let me continue. I'm gonna continue. Sasha again was just like season 5, still a terrible character.
She's
and-
mopey.
Yeah. And that's all my negatives. I did not have that as many as say season 5, but yeah.
Oh, he liked the boring season that dragged on and added cliffhanger. Hell yeah, Patrick!
What do you mean? He just agreed with DC on that. He said I liked it.
He liked the boring.
Yeah, but do you
boring.
I
I
liked
take
it.
away boring that dragged on.
I know,
and
you
add the
chose-
cliffhanger.
You chose the one thing out of there boring, and you're like, there we go. He agrees with me. Where it's like, I'm not so sure because he said I liked and had a cliffhanger.
Carl, yeah. He deserves to
Go
get shot.
roll.
Yeah,
Go roll.
yeah.
Coral.
Coral.
Go roll. So, Daisy, do you want to add more?
No, I'm pretty much done.
Okay, so
Say
Charles,
Charles.
bring
Yes.
bring us
Your
the valid thought process behind why this season is bad.
Valid thought process.
I know your rating of it isn't objective like Multi's, but what is your thought on The Walking Dead season 6?
So
The introduction of Negan, if you will.
yeah, I was kind of excited to watch this because a lot was happening with me personally when I just tapped out with the season. So I wanted to watch it just for a number of reasons, not just watch a 10-minute summary, but I was quickly reminded why I tapped out. And I was watching it for a lot longer than I wanted to. My wife at the time watched it religiously, and I started to resent it for many reasons. And that really is just the icing on the cake, but has nothing to do with the show.
Wow. I didn't realize it cost a relationship.
No. It was just another hour I had to sit in front of a television doing family time, and it was just like.
How is the
First thing I
family
get
show? That's more the question.
No, it's family time with the missus. We don't have kids. It's just so I was proven wrong about all of that. I actually had other reasons that I kind of tapped out. One, you brought up Multi, the constant like dick teases with deaths and waiting weeks to establish any of that is it like it's a neat trick maybe once, twice over the run of a series, but they do it so many times in just this season alone with the big one being Glenn's death. It's strange because hearing Multi's gripes, I'm like, I actually kind of don't agree with any of that. So it's really strange, with the exception of it took its time. It certainly did. It took so much time in this one season. You had multiple love stories where Ginger had two. He had a pair of romantic side stories and left one for another. And
I didn't give a shit about that part. It felt so filler. It's like, why am I watching this shit? But move on.
Well, you were only half watching it. You said that you were playing cards and doing something else while you were doing it as well.
Wow.
Because I hate this show now.
Very
and Rick
Multi.
Rick goes from the blonde girl to Michonne, and like it just seemed like everybody traded their significant others by the halfway mark. For as much as people have gripes against Lost does something far better than Walking Dead does in like go away from a main story for a couple of weeks, but they'll like sprinkle little seeds over the course of that period. It seems like it has this like A story, B story, C story kind of situation in Walking Dead where if A story was last week, you're going to get no sort of reference to that for at least 2 or 3 weeks. and that's kind of frustrating. It's something that Lost doesn't do. Not to compare apples and oranges, but that style of storytelling isn't. It's done better in the Lost format because they don't completely abandon a main story, whereas certain aspects of this are, to quote Melty, they're filler, where they could be sprinkling 10 episodes worth of a story and just have it be more compacted tight. There are things that I really wish that the death of the she's Zoe and Nurse Jackie. Oh, Denise. Her character, like, I wish there was more, like, in all this time that you have of stalling and just buying time and just filler episodes, as Multi puts it, right and tight. All right, what? Are you all right down there? Because I'm focusing on everything you bring up on the screen. I'm having a hard enough time as it is. Lost was better, yes.
I'm sorry, Charles. It's just
okay.
that I acknowledge chat because I think chat is amazing. But keep going, Charles.
And
Sorry.
if chat isn't amazing, you don't acknowledge it? Is that what you're doing?
No, I always acknowledge it. Always.
Very
He just thinks it's amazing that we have a chat.
Yeah, that's why I always acknowledge it when we got one.
Yeah, tight. I said tight. Compact is now I'm reading what Patrick's saying. But yeah, it feels like it's about 6 episodes too long. There's a lot of filler.
Okay. Go on.
Contradict my take, please.
Thank you, Charles.
I mean, I was gonna say I'm not really sure about like the amount of episodes because I just want to let you guys to know the amount of episodes my Marvel vs. DC show has for season 2, 3, and 4. Season 2 has 45 episodes.
What is that to the price of apples?
Season 3 has I'm gonna go with season 4. Season 4 has 60
We are
episodes.
talking about The Walking Dead. I'm sorry.
I'm just pointing
I'm
out.
sorry, DC. I'm sorry, but we are in The Walking Dead right now.
I'm just pointing out. I don't really think the amount of episodes is a problem because I just don't see how it's a problem. Maybe for you guys it's a problem, but I just don't see it. If you want to know season 3, it's literally.
Would you have a problem with somebody dancing to overcome a big bad?
Well, that's different because in that case, you're meant to take it seriously, but you're not. And plus,
wait, you're supposed to take the dance seriously? It's not like a comedic distraction.
Oh my!
The dancing is cringe, okay?
You lost a multi.
I found it graceful and acrobatic, but fine, you can call it.
I don't know.
So wait. So I said it's too long. There's a lot of filler, and you countered with okay, as if to say that's a brain dead take.
And
So
you bring your show instead of speaking about Walking
I'm
Dead.
just using it as an example. But I just don't really agree, Charles, with that.
Why? That's the question. Why?
It's because my the season 3 of my show has 150.
Why The Walking Dead isn't what Charles says? No, don't bring your show. I'm sorry, DC, but the question is, why do you think The Walking Dead as a show doesn't suffer from the issue Charles has? Because now we are talking about The Walking Dead.
Yeah, show business has 40 episodes a year, but if somebody said it had filler, I wouldn't doubt that for a second.
I mean, I just feel like 16 episodes is like probably a pretty good spot to have like a certain amount. Yeah.
So you're a television exec, is what you are. What about the show says 16 episodes is right about right?
I mean, fair point, but 6 episodes is meant for the storyline.
So because season 1 has 6 episodes, it's a bad season because it's not 16 episodes.
I'm not saying season 1 was bad. I'm just saying that I think the amount of episodes was a little like if if they only stretch out like maybe like 7 or even 9, I could be it. They could add some development there. But they just chose 6 episodes.
Didn't we watch the same first season?
That's what I keep questioning you, Multi. Because
Well, I
like,
like
for
season
instance-
1. It had the perfect pacing.
And it was
It had-
extended by double. It was supposed to be a 2-night event, and then
It was
ratings were
perfect
huge.
season for me. Well, not perfect, but almost perfect. Adding more to this would have ruined that first season. I'm sorry, DC, but
so even
we
one
got the
episode-
best product we could.
one
this first
So I think
episode.
there's a bunch of like really good points in this season specifically, but like I don't know, they have like Alexandria attacked by the wolves, and they have
That
that
was
whole
actually
herd
cool.
thing
I
for a
liked
long
it.
time, and then they have the tower later fall, and the herd still coming back. I don't know, like it felt like that's 4 episodes where that all could have been like 1 episode.
I
to
mean,
me.
it's part of the same storyline, but okay. Yeah. Continue, Charles. Sorry for the interruption.
No, I was curious to know why you were so taken aback by me saying that it's filler.
I wasn't necessarily taken back. It's just something I disagree with, but yeah.
But you're disagreeing with the length. Like that's all you're disagreeing. Well, I have a show that's 30 episodes, so just to give you an idea of that, that doesn't make any sense. Wheel of Fortune has 52 weeks. What's the difference? It's just because a television show is longer doesn't mean it's warranted.
I'm just pointing it out, but continue.
I'm sorry to dunk on you, DC, but here, like, I don't think you brought a valid point to contradict.
Yeah, he did. It's
Sure.
his favorite, and
Okay.
it doesn't feel like filler to him because
Okay.
it's literally his favorite.
Okay.
There's been, like we could say the same thing. You brought nothing valid to your enjoyment of The Godfather Part 3, but it's your favorite. What can I say?
Well, you did question it. You did say I had a bad take. Can I say he has a bad take as well?
Yeah,
Yeah.
subjective.
I think a lot of the plot lines, a lot of them, and there's a lot, and it's kind of weird to say that it's full of filler, because you have 6 like romantic storylines going on over the course of the season. You have 3 interactions with potential big bads of the season. You have people dying at like a once every 2 weeks type clip, big characters, but still like it feels so stretched at times. And it's the one issue that I have with Walking Dead. While it has like moments of quality and it ends like on a superior bang, they do this like cliffhanger bait shit that again, if you put yourself in the time period of 2015 when it came out, it was white hot and they were milking it for every penny. I understand that, but watching it back and watching it then, it doesn't make sense considering how much they actually managed to get across in 16 episodes. You make it 10, maybe 8. It's a really, really tight season. And again, ending the way it did, it's very strong. I would have liked to see them explore just how comfortable they get there in Alexandria and have it.
And I
like
think that's what they were trying to do with the romances, but yeah. Agreed. It kind of feels like similar territory.
Yeah, it like I get it. They're trying to see, they're trying to come off as, this false sense of security. They take care of the Negan motorcycle crew. Which another thing, if zombies react to noise, why are so many people driving motorcycles?
To drive away from zombies or to get to locations.
Why didn't the rocket launcher attract any?
Yeah.
It's a rocket launcher. It blew up like 6 or 8 bikers.
Yeah, just drive a lawnmower at that point. Like if there's, you can binge all 19 seasons. No,
I mean you can binge.
Grey's Anatomy.
I mean you can binge the first 2 seasons or 3 seasons, but yeah.
No, forget it. We are not covering this shit.
But
I'm not.
Like, I should have taken notes. It's something that I'm trying to do from now on, is take notes when I watch something. there is a bunch of stuff that I would say is strong, but with it, no matter how strong something is, when you stretch it, it feels laborious. And I mean, Malty said it, Patrick said it, I felt it. I was turned off with the death fake of Glenn, where they just kind of sit on it for 3 weeks, and then only to have the season end in a cliffhanger. Again, if you can binge it now, but if you watched it back then on a week-to-week basis, it just felt like they kept milking this clickbaity trick. And go on.
And I think there was this rumor at the time, if I remember correctly, it was that Glenn was going to die. So I think that's why they then put that particular thing in the middle of it and then took his name out of the next one. Because people had read ahead in the comics and they knew like what was going to happen when Negan showed up. So this was a way to kind of like, I don't know what you call it, like subvert the expectations, I guess, and kind of sell it in a different way.
Yeah, it's weird, especially considering the thing they do in season 7, how they kind of like that. Just kidding, he's alive, and then 10 episodes later, it's just like, come back next year and we'll finish this story.
And I think also the actor was under like contract negotiation during that time too, so they really did make it seem like he was just gone. But
yeah, it was
just a weird confluence of factors.
It is weird. I don't know. I really wish I had taken notes, but when I've heard Malty's takes, I'm like, I actually think those are strong. I don't understand why I don't agree here, but there's so much that happens over the course of that season, and it still feels long, that doesn't make sense to me.
As someone that has started season 7, I really feel like if they cut down some of the filler shit they had in season 6 to smash down some of season 7 stuff, I would like it so much more. But they stretch on 2 fucking season, 2 storyline that could have been together.
Well, like the thing with the doctor, the fact that she's the only doctor, she doesn't know what she's doing. She's a psychologist, I think she says.
Yeah.
You could have like these little tiny subplots.
Because of anxiety, like she had to get out, and then she has to do that emergency surgery.
Right.
Yeah. Like there is tension, and there is something that's kind of building there. There's
like
parts of this that I really
like
dig.
that right. No, absolutely. Like it's just such a weird, troubling season that like these commercial television hooks that are like kind of staining the enjoyment of the season, especially like they're tricks. A lot of the magician tricks of television storytelling that it just feels like it's overstaying its welcome in some places, but at the same time, some of the storytelling is incredible, and there's like so much there, but it's still, I don't know, diluted somehow.
Yeah, I agree with you. And you see, like, my top 3, like, I still have like 2 others that didn't make the cut that I liked, but the 5 episodes I liked in this season are actually really good, but I ate so much all the others I didn't like that it's like I cannot overlook it. I cannot say it's a good season if I think there's only 5 good episodes among 16.
If I didn't experience it live, no, let me retract that. The close, the introduction of Negan is, I don't know, perhaps the best introduction of a villain, period. His monologue was as close to perfect as it can get. The fact that he was just riffing there with nobody really, counteracting it. He just a constant like 30 minutes of monologue, and everybody's just kind of decimated. Like everything they thought about how strong and powerful they were, that they were the bullies of the yard, and they're just dejected. They're all just hating life and just eating shit. I think he literally says that. Something like that, right? Nibble on her or something like that.
Yeah.
It's incredible. That last episode is incredible, and I would have been excited to watch it if I wasn't so worn down by it. And that's future talk, so I'll just shut up.
Talk is fine, Charles.
I know. No, I'm not going to be a hypocrite. But it just coming back to watch this is 16 episodes without having the baggage of 5-6 years, full calendar years, mind you, not 16 hours. It was a lot easier to get through it, and I could see immediately going into season 7 and things like that. But knowing what I know, it's a really high bar to maintain, and I'm gonna guess and say they don't maintain that high standard for the villain.
So to not go too far into too much spoiler from season 7, I will tell this: season 7 as it triples me to say that, but it has potential. But I know they won't live up to it because the 4 episodes I've seen so far, there's one amazing one.
The
one
first episode's
top-tier
really
one.
good.
Yeah, that's like peak entertainment. But
Well, yeah,
then
Rick is just going through it, and he's being
episode 2, 3, and 4 is rock bottom. Like that day I watched episode 4, I wanted to watch episode 5 as well, but after watching 4, I could not make it. I
haven't seen it in like a decade, but that feels a bit harsh. Again, you're multitasking topics while you're doing this show.
In season 7, I will be honest, I had my focus on. I wasn't doing other stuff on the side. I did with season 6 because I was goddamn bored, but season 7, I will admit it, Negan is entertaining. He is cool. But it's not a good show. It's like there's one guy that cares about what's going on, and that's the villain. That's cool. That's fun. But the rest of the cast are just there because they need characters to fill some.
I mean, at least you're going into it open-minded. That's all that we can ask.
Yeah. More than 6. It has more potential than 6 for sure. But
okay, fair point. Continue.
We are in 6 anyway.
Yeah.
So Charles, do you want to add more?
No, it's just to kind of piggyback, looking ahead to the future, starting that high with somebody, it leaves the shoes very big to fill for a character. Granted, he did a spectacular job in the season finale and the first episode of season 7. I don't know a single character that can match that. A single character.
Batman?
No.
His
first moment on screen is incredible.
That was a joke, Charles. It was a joke.
Well, that's kind of the point. Like, you have to joke to name one. Very seldom do you have characters that are that strong from the start. And if you're gonna milk it for seasons, episodes upon seasons, it's hard to maintain that level.
Yeah. That's true.
Multi, you give your score, and I'm curious to know if what I thought was absolute dog shit is below or above your score.
I think we are near, because I will be honest. So I had issues, and I didn't like season 6, but I will admit when I give my score now, because I think it's the time we give our score. I will admit this was I didn't like the experience again, but this was my favorite season since season 2 ended. So
technically that'd be season 1 because you didn't like season 2.
Well, season 2 had a better score, and I'd say season 2 was more enjoyable. I didn't like season 2 per se, but it was more enjoyable than this. And I will give this current season 6 a 4 out of 10, which is the same as season 5, the same as season 3. 4 was just lower than this because 4 was 4. But I give this season a 4 out of 10. And season 2 for me was a 5, but the enjoyment was a lot more there than this, whatever we got.
How much time are you taking to watch these shows?
I watch every episode, so like it eats up time. Like I think a season is what, 14 hours or so. If it takes me an episode, well, it takes me around a week. Like usually so I basically finished watching season 6 Saturday, and I started 7 right after, and like I did start 6 the previous Saturday, so it takes me a week. Basically, it takes me a week. I spread it out with the movies, and yeah, it takes me a week.
Would it be fair to say that you're overstacking your load by watching an entire season of television and 4 movies on top of that? That are
No,
more
I'm fine
like
with it.
work than they are enjoyment of art?
No, it has nothing to do with that. It's
Oh,
really
nothing, huh?
I like Kiss Kiss Bang
With
Bang.
only one more episode where we're going through that much content, and then
Yeah,
Yeah.
we lighten the load, so to speak.
but I think it's really, you should like, before we used to have more. When Cole was around, we used to have like literally 9 or 10 topics. I would watch 40 episodes of TV shows,
That's
and
insane.
I wouldn't hate it as much as The Walking Dead. I really despise The Walking Dead.
I think if you
Uh,
watched it on a more natural schedule and didn't treat it like work, it might be a different experience for you.
I
'Cause
think if it didn't have the issues it has, I don't necessarily treat it as work, as you say. Like, the proof of it is,
I don't know, man.
sometime
You were
I-
like live tweeting in like the Discord channel, just like saying how horrible this is and how much torture it is. I think Charles has a point that, perhaps if you watched it more at your leisure, you would get more out of it than being like, why the hell am I watching this crap show?
Yeah.
Well, I wouldn't watch it on my leisure. That would be a better answer.
Okay.
I don't like the show enough. Like, I would have tapped out after watching season 2. So like watching it for the podcast. So
it's
you
work.
gotta make a point. Yeah, you gotta make a point, but
you solidified my point. Thank you.
yeah, yeah. I admit, you're right on that, but I wouldn't watch it if that was on my own, if you know what I mean.
So you tapped out after season 2, and you've taken in 46 hours worth of work.
Yeah, basically.
Okay.
But again, I enjoyed the first episode of season 7. So I'm satisfied, like, it's one of the best episodes the show had, so I guess that was worth the wait. It just took like 5 seasons of like
Wait, there was supposed to be more today, and you did it last Friday?
Huh?
There was supposed to be Invincible season 2, episode 8, and you did it last Friday?
we already did it last Friday, so we don't cover it.
Yes, there was originally one more episode, and then talking about the season 2 as well. So originally that was on the schedule, but Multi did it last Friday.
Yeah. We did it last Friday because we could have Cole on, and
I feel like watching 31 movies with a year's notice is a lot of work. I'll just keep my mouth shut.
Not for Multi. Again, multi-topics. He
Hell
can't
yeah.
just focus on one.
Hell yeah, I can't. It's not fun.
It doesn't sound like it's fun regardless.
Well, The Walking Dead is not fun, but maybe that will change it with season 7 if it gets better.
Yes, Patrick, you missed us talk about Guardians.
That was the first
that was a
topic,
hoot.
or second one.
Yeah, second topic. And man, multis are making me very depressed. I need to take antidepressants after this.
1 hour, 14 minutes is the time code.
No, that was the end of it.
Oh, the end of it. Sorry.
Oh.
So basically, the first topic was Sonic.
Yeah.
And then,
So,
yeah. Anyway,
Oh, get Patrick in here. I'd like to hear his.
yeah. If he wants to.
He said he was
Patrick.
going to join, but it's over. Epilogue.
Well, an epilogue, or yeah. Well, if you join in like the next 2 minutes, 3 minutes,
No pressure.
no pressure.
no pressure.
Just 2-3 minutes. If like, yeah.
Yeah.
Multi is answering Patrick in the other chat about the topics. Clock is
Sparkles was asking what so when you do a comment, it answers in all 3 chats. So
yeah.
he was asking what that comment was about. So I was
Oh,
trying to
is that
explain
what
that
that
to
is?
her.
I was wondering why my
Yeah.
name comes up 3 times.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's going to 3 different channels right now. So
Yeah.
awesome.
So
Good
it goes
times.
to my channel, it goes to Grey Toupe and
Me.
and Alligator Lives Matter.
otherwise known as DC.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. Which. Yeah.
So
yeah, I mean, I guess it is on the thumbnail, the Invincible season 2, episode 8. Without any spoilers or anything like that, it's a solid finale on a really solid season. So
agreed.
highly recommend. I think I gave it a 10 out of 10, but maybe I gave it 9.5. It's really high up there. Like, as far as any superhero thing that's out there, like, I think it's the most consistent right now. Really digging it. So good times. Season overall is really good too.
I'd say Stargirl is for me, but I do like Invincible second season as well. That was amazing.
That was their own.
You should give it a shot, Charles. Invincible is.
I have too much homework.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it is a lot of homework.
I've got to watch 31 comedies by May 31st.
Oh,
really?
That
I don't really.
That's easy.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, 30.
I'm sorry, Charles, but I don't have a wife. That's why I think it's easy.
It's not that easy for Multi because he has to sit there going, not funny, not funny, not funny every joke.
He said he doesn't have a wife. That's why it's easy.
Yeah, exactly. I don't have a wife. That's why it's easy.
I don't have a wife either, and I know it's not going to be easy either way. So
because you do other stuff, DC, and that's okay. But like,
I'm
as
just
someone that likes movies and shows, it's not a lot. Don't think so. Oh, there is the Patrick. So, hi, the Patrick.
Hey, boys.
So we do a unique epilogue. So
it's not so unique.
Well, it's unique. Like talking again about the past topic as we are ending. That's perfect. So Patrick, how are you today?
It is kind of awesome, man. Like, you're right at golden hour. Your background looks amazing, man.
Your wife.
Yeah, it looks perfect.
Yeah, this is like coming to the bar at 2 a.m. Oh,
oh, the cats! Your house is alive. How are you, Patrick?
I'm well. I was listening in. I didn't realize you guys already covered Guardians, so
yeah,
I was thinking you had a whole nother topic to go.
You might want to defend it. It did get a 1.3 from DC. I'm not sure which camp you fall into.
It was a 1.5,
but he says it's the worst one ever.
Great. It was a 1.5. Now
the worst one out of all three.
Out of all of them, only was it Spider-Man Homecoming was the only worst one.
No Way
Home.
Oh,
sorry, No Way Home. My bad.
No Way Home.
Yeah, Evil 8 No Way Home. Eventually that will be a topic, you know?
Yeah, and that's the only time, unless we're covering Zootopia.
Is that the name of it?
Yeah, it was the most recent one.
Yeah, I think it's Spider-Man No Way Home. They all have home somewhere in there.
Far From Home.
Yeah.
Homeless.
The Home Trash Trilogy.
Homeland Security.
I'm trying to turn off that one light.
So, what did you think of the first Guardian of the Galaxy, Patrick?
I thought it was great. It was amazing. If you put it in context of when it came out, it was phenomenal. That was like when we really started getting retro for like the 80s, and I mean that movie set a trend. So, and it was just hilarious. I mean, it was a real nice approach to the whole comic book world. Plus, I always like that scene at the end when Star-Lord dances.
Apparently, that's DC's most cringe scene he's ever seen. I agree with you.
That was hilarious.
He was saying that scene represents that a toddler could defeat him because all you have to do is dance. I think that's a weird take, DC, man. I think the dance is beautiful.
You guys have been all infected by multi-topic talks best take syndrome, so I don't know.
Hell yeah. I got the best take.
I don't know what you guys are talking about, man.
Wait, so you don't think that like the dance? You understand it was just distracting him. He says it, right? It was
it was still cringe. It's still cringe, okay?
It's a perfect idea, though.
That was the point of it, DC.
Cringe. That's like the same equivalent of looking at Multi and him dancing. Yet I'm supposed to take him out. Like it's like that level of cringe.
I mean, that dance was pretty cringe. You're right. That Multi just did. But
that was
it
weird.
did just what it was supposed to do. It distracted me. I couldn't take my eyes off of him.
I
I
looked right at
think he proved the point of the movie.
Cringe, okay? This is
But
cringe.
I'm just saying, maybe you want to keep in your bag of tricks, distraction dance, just in case you need to at some point. It works wonders, man.
Oh god.
So, is there anything you didn't like about this movie, Patrick? Because we all like tore it apart at some extent.
I'm trying to think. I've watched it quite a few times, probably not as recently as you guys, but no, there really wasn't. There's nothing wrong with that movie at all.
Oh, that sounds.
I mean, it's a pretty
amazing.
perfect movie.
I think another criticism was it's the worst soundtrack ever to any Marvel movie.
Any thoughts on that?
Can we, you know what, instead of me letting you guys know how I feel about it, can you just tell me all the shit DC said?
Yeah.
Can I just debunk it point by point?
So the score and the music and the soundtrack, like all of the sound stuff, Patrick.
What did you like about it?
He didn't like it.
No,
He hated it.
1.5, not much. It was in focus.
Oh my god. Yeah, I don't know.
I'm guessing that we should rename this to "We Just Roast Alligator Lives Matters" because to make me more depressed from Multi's already bad taste on The Walking Dead, now to this. So yeah, so Multi, you should probably rename this to "Dudes Just Roast Alligator Lives Matters" because alligators are
That's
alligators.
something that happens to
Well,
me
I wasn't
every
trying to roast it.
stream.
I just think the soundtracks particularly is kind of like seen as like one of the I don't know, most popular in Marvel. So I just thought maybe Patrick would have like a thought on
Yeah,
whether or not
music.
this soundtrack is kind of the worst one. I think it's like the highest selling one.
You know what's
Yeah.
what's great is this soundtrack. Like a handful of the songs, and I'm sure a lot of people can say this, but a handful of the songs on there are songs that I like absolutely adored and listen to all
Same.
the time beforehand.
And it's like
So,
I never had that 10cc
yeah, it was-
one, like that I'm not in love one, but it's like, oh god, I love that
Yeah.
song. Every time I hear it, it's like I love that one, but I never
Yeah.
but like it's nice that they're all in one place. I thought James Gunn did a good selection on them.
and I mean, so well, like chosen for each situation. Like, what was a movie that did that recently, and it just felt so forced? Maybe not recently. It was
Maybe
The-
the most
no.
recent Guardian, because this one.
no. Well, I mean, yeah,
Maybe.
the last one, but
2016 Suicide Squad.
no, it was. It was.
Oh, yeah,
that was
good
that's a
example.
fine example. But I was thinking of Star Trek. I think it's like the second or third one, the newer ones, where they
Oh
play.
yeah, they put
Beastie
a lot
Boys.
of rock music in those.
Oh, yeah,
and then that was
Sabotage.
down.
In 2009, yeah.
Yeah, and then some. There's another movie that plays almost the same exact song. Maybe even the same song.
I know the double Dutch scene in Marvels is to Intergalactic Planetary, but
Maybe that's what I'm thinking.
yeah, I don't know.
Double Dutch. What the?
Yo, let me ask you guys
Oh, you-
something. Can I ask you guys something off topic?
12 inches.
Yeah.
Depends,
Okay.
yeah.
I mean, I already knew that.
Yeah, I do go for the
'Cause
foot long when
My
I'm at
gag
Subway.
reflex
I know what you mean.
13.
Sorry, off topic.
So I heard this thing today, and it's kind of puzzling me. Have you guys ever seen? Pardon me. Have you ever seen a bumper sticker that says like "honk if you like pizza," or like
What the fuck is that?
"honk if you're horny"?
Baby on
I've
board.
definitely seen those ones, but
Yeah, like
Mhm.
honk if something. You've seen these bumper stickers, right?
Mhm.
What is that? What does that bumper sticker imply? Like, what is it trying to convey? What's the whole purpose of the bumper sticker to you guys?
I'm a fan of blank. Join me
Okay.
by honking.
I'm funny because I bought this other guy's joke and put it on my
Yeah.
car.
Okay, apparently, I it's kind of what I thought as well. Like, like honk if you like pizza, or so I like pizza.
Whip
It's
it out
just like-
Wednesday. Yeah.
yeah, it's a promotion to say I like pizza or I'm looking for someone horny.
Yeah.
But it turns out that's not at all what that bumper sticker is trying to convey to us. The bumper sticker is there on that person's car. So if they're driving like a dickhead and you honk at them,
Oh,
They can just be like, "Oh, you like pizza too? Oh, you must be horny." And all this time, I never got the joke, and I just found out that's the fucking joke.
Because some asshole had a bumper sticker and there was swerving all over the place.
Yeah. So I mean, I think everybody misunderstands the joke.
It's deflection. That's what those stickers are.
I
Yeah, it's just
definitely
like-
didn't look at it that way. That's kind of amazing. You just blew
Yeah.
my mind. I was
I
thinking
think-
other ways you could use it as a prank. So like people just start honking at somebody. Like
Right.
I don't know, but yeah, yours makes way more sense.
Doesn't it?
George Carlin.
It
put his
does.
honk
Shield for
on his
bad
book.
driver.
And apparently this this research article that honey, you're exposed. Good Lord. Don't put us on big screen. Are you wearing your nightgown there, baby?
This will be
Get all the boys
clipped.
giggling. What are you doing?
Patrick, this will be clipped.
Yeah, probably.
Camera, bro.
Jesus Christ, woman. There we go. That's what were we talking about?
I forgot.
Uh,
I'm just looking at Marvel vs. Capcom, but yeah, just to cure my depression from all the bad takes I've had to hear from all this stream.
Well, you
You
just
should-
missed some. You just
Yeah.
missed some 46-year-old titties, so you should pay attention, buddy. You're
Actually,
letting
I'll
life
be 18 like
pass you by.
I'll be 18 like 2 months. So yeah, nice try.
okay, well, in 2 months you can look back to this episode.
Yeah,
Yeah.
barely legal.
Yeah.
My birthday's in June. Okay, so yeah.
We'll get
If-
you a cam girl.
If you would give a score out of 10, Patrick, to the fabulous Guardian #1, what would be your grade out of 10?
I'd give it like an 8 or a 9, or maybe an 8, because I don't think anything's ever a 10. But that movie was pretty great. I can watch it again right now.
That's
Patrick,
cool.
If you
What would
if,
you say?
if
7.
it's
is?
isolated,
What would you, if I heard the number 7, what would you assign the word to describe a 7 out of 10?
as far as like what in anything,
Yeah,
Like-
Yeah,
like my looks.
good, mediocre.
Okay, but like, would that be positive or would that be like, neutral?
mediocre.
Do I think that's good? Like, am I saying, do I think Guardians of the Galaxy is really good?
Well, no, just
No, we're done with
just
Guardians of the
7 in
Galaxy. I think
general.
you gave a honest, awesome take. But just
Okay.
if you were to rate something a 7, what do you think that means? Like,
Yeah.
what would that convey to the world that like I rate this a 7?
Well, 7 to me would mean that it's better than average, but it's not
Oh.
quite perfect
Hmm.
because a 7 is 3/4 of the way through there of the 10, 75%, which is more than half.
and what
but-
would average be to you?
Well, a half, right? A 5.
So Multi has his own method. 7 is average to him. And
Yeah.
yeah.
I stand by it.
That's a Canadian average.
I'm a brave soldier that stands behind the line.
The kilometers per
There's just
hour of
so much
average.
bad out there. He needs more room to categorize it, I guess.
Yeah, exactly. You,
That's
you
what it is.
understood me right, Dre.
Yeah,
You finally
got it.
start to understand me.
So
There's
much
so
more
many
room for less
The
than
levels
average.
of bad.
Nobody understands. More people understand me, yet this stream was all about roasting me because they've all been infected by your syndrome. So yeah, so nobody understands you. You're from a
I mean,
different planet.
I just kind of enjoyed the flick, man. Like, I'm not trying to roast you. I thought the soundtrack was good. I thought the pacing was really good. It made me care about some characters that I didn't really know about. It's like, hey, Marvel can actually do that. Because I think the previous two were kind of downers for me. I think it was Thor 2, and I can't remember
Thor
what the
2
last
is
one
just
was.
dreary.
The
Yeah.
Amazing Spider-Man
brutal.
2.
Yeah, it was
That's
not,
not
that.
really
I'm trying to
Marvel,
remember what
though.
the last Marvel was like before this. I just remember it being kind of a dud. I think it was maybe Iron Man 3 or something.
Iron Man 3.
The
Yeah,
Marvels.
no, Iron Man 3.
Right before Guardians. Like the two
Yeah,
were downers, and
Iron
I
Man
was
3.
kind of thinking like, Marvel's kind of
Multi-
losing its thing. And then this came out, and I was like, oh, okay. I fully expected to hate it, and I ended up loving it back in the day. But I'm not trying to roast you, man. I kind of had a different experience, so I wanted to see if Patrick did.
Yeah.
He hadn't mentioned the
Likewise.
soundtrack, and I think it's like the highest selling one. So I'm sorry if that felt like I was
Well,
putting you on
I'd
the
like
spot.
to say
I love that soundtrack, man.
Me too. I liked it.
And yeah, I'd like to say it's probably a generational thing, but it's not, because my son, you could pull him out of the next room and he thinks it's fucking phenomenal. He'll tell you right now, he loved that movie.
And he's a bit younger than DC, so they are basically the same generation.
Plus, we're not roasting anything. It
feels like a roast.
Yeah, yeah. Everybody was.
I get you, man.
Which
feels like hate.
No, it's like the same way we have insecurity about Multi and his bizarre
Weird
scores
takes.
and takes.
Yeah.
When you bring something up like Marvel versus Capcom, a video game, for something I'm talking about with a movie,
It is a really awesome game, though.
Well,
I love that game.
Sure, apples
But
and potatoes, sir.
Hell yeah, like chicken and salad.
Yeah, that's
Sure.
I don't know.
That's the same thing, chicken
But,
and
you know,
salad.
It doesn't-
Yeah, somehow they sound separate when you say it.
And they totally don't go together. Like two opposites.
wow, Gray's logic is chicken and salad don't go together. Wow.
That was
One is meat, the
sarcasm.
other is veggies. But okay.
You usually use two things that are, very different, that generally don't go together. Like you wouldn't go like peanut butter and jelly. Like I don't know.
Yeah.
Generally, you don't go kind of two things that are commonly seen together. But I get what you're saying. One is a protein, one is a carbohydrate.
Yeah, like bricks and
Different.
water.
I'm losing it.
All in water.
Wow.
Perfect.
I can't not anymore.
So anyway, you love what you love, DC. It doesn't matter what we say. In the end, whatever it means to you is what it means to you. It doesn't.
Yeah, except ignores the fact that Multi now clips and is gonna put it in his like 100 episode.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Oh,
Not
there's
the
no way
100.
that'll be in the 100.
No,
It'll be like
that one.
300.
It
It's
will
got to
be
go
in
through
the
many
200.
seasons.
It will be in the 200, but it won't be in the 100 because the 100 I'm not done editing it. Like I thought I had enough time this weekend to finish season 2, but I'm about to finish season 2.
Wow.
But didn't you say your supercut is like 6 hours or something?
For the love of
For
fuck.
season 1.
Well, I don't know. I get you. Like
me a favor,
compared
hold
to
that up
the
so I can
entire
see the
length
cut.
of it, it is a cut. But I think supercuts generally mean short things.
Well, it's
I don't know,
actually
man.
30
6.5
hours
Yeah.
trimmed down
Bad-
into
Bad
5.
haircuts.
So it makes sense. Like 30 hours trimmed into 5.
Wait, on what? On season 1 of what?
Of our show we did. So
Apparently, this
Podcast.
show
Oh,
the
this
100
thing.
Yeah, the
Apparently.
100 episode is coming not this week, but next week on the weekend.
Yeah.
So by the 20th, the 420, because he said he
420.
may show come.
I said
And
if I
it'll
feel
be
like it.
Apparently,
It-
you're going to be part of the 5.5 hour supercut.
I hope I make the edit.
Why don't I have you edit my shit? Jesus.
I
Where
hope
do
I
you get
make,
all this time?
I make the cut.
I've been working on that editing for like a month and a half now, because
You sure it
I
wasn't-
needed to collect all the footage I wanted, and then I needed to trim down that footage.
You sure it wasn't like you weren't working on that for 5 years, right?
Well, I first thought I would start earlier, but it didn't happen, so I started way too late. But yeah,
Patrick, what were your gripes with Walking Dead season 6?
yeah.
Because I was
you-
echoing some of the things that you were saying.
Can
when
you
I was
remind me a little bit of
flashed on the screen? It's the one where Negan shows up at the very end. Glenn dies,
Okay.
but doesn't. Everybody's fucking at least 2 people apparently.
yeah, yeah. Is that the one where the weird guy watches the couple have sex? Is that season in the church? Is it the one with the priest? Is the priest in this?
Yeah,
season?
the priest
Yeah.
was like in the last 2 seasons.
Yeah, so pretty much, yeah. They
Cat's-
get
my cat's
but-
taking a shit.
This will be
He's taking a shit in this tree right here.
Why do you have a cat air? Why don't you
What?
guys like why do you have a cat instead of like a hippo? That's my question.
City
Because cats are
regulations.
cooler.
I mean,
I
we all
mean,
want a hippo, but you know,
I can't.
it's something
can't-
about
Can you imagine if that
Living in
hippo
the
was doing
space.
shit right now?
Yeah.
Space, space is like they are as big as your courtyard if you got a
Yeah.
courtyard.
I have a policy with
Plus-
animals as well. I don't own or keep anything that has the ability to murder me. If it can kill me, I don't want it. Like that's
Just
like
by walking.
big dogs, pit bulls. I'm like, no, give me a cat or a chihuahua, something I know I can take in a fight. If I can't take it in a fight, it's not coming in the house. That's why the kids have to leave soon. That's why they got to move out soon. 'Cause pretty soon
Oh,
they're gonna
God.
figure out they can take me, and then they gotta go. But yeah, I
Makes
can't.
sense.
There's nothing that I could really point out about season 6. If I had watched it again recently, maybe I could do better. But I remember being extremely annoyed with the parts with the priest. But I don't know if that was season 6.
That
whole
was 5
church.
and 6.
Yeah,
That was
yeah.
5 and
They
6.
took a long time. I felt to get from 5 to 7,
Yeah.
and then.
Fact.
Am I remembering correctly? Did you guys watch it like when it came out originally?
Yes,
I
that's
didn't.
what I was
No,
talking
yes.
about.
Was that when we had that massive break? Like it was
Yep.
longer
6
than a
months.
season.
6 months. Or
Well,
so.
like, but it was longer than a normal season break. I thought.
Oh,
or am I
really?
think maybe I'm mixing it up with Game of Thrones.
I think it's Game of Thrones you're thinking of. HBO's notorious
Maybe.
for doing shit like that.
Like,
There was a long break in it though.
I really enjoyed The Walking Dead pretty much up until the end of that next season, and then I almost stopped watching it. You know, no spoilers when the garbage people showed up. You know, like
Ooh,
Oh.
the trash village.
That's next.
Oh yeah. I think I've seen parts of it. I think.
You've seen parts of the trash village.
I think.
Yeah.
It
That's
gets
So get multi. I mean, I
kind
didn't
of
think
Mad Maxy. It's
that,
fun.
but yeah.
so that's
I don't know. They are just by the time
Yes.
they got to 6, 7, 8, they started to feel very complacent. And now they're still fucking making these shows. They were filming the most recent one up by my son's school. Him and his buddies all
Nice.
ran back there. One of them's got pictures like sitting on a plane or something. I don't know.
That's really cool.
Yeah, all in Ringwood State Park. They filmed like
Do you know which
Hunger
one
Games
is that?
Part 2 there. What?
Oh,
Which one?
Nice. Do you know if it's like the ones who live, or if it's the one where one of them's in Paris, or
Who,
you
the
know
kids?
which one? The Walking
show?
Dead spinoff. Yeah.
It's the one with Rick.
Okay, so that's
Okay. So I think it's the ones who live.
Yeah, there's like some scenes
Well,
where I guess
spoiler.
they're in the woods and there's like a plane or there's like maybe it was a
Nice.
helicopter. I don't know.
I
But
haven't watched any of the spinoffs. I was just wondering if your area doubles for France or whatever.
it could. Oddly enough, like Bergen County's like northern New Jersey's like that.
Nice.
But up at that, I have to take him up this drive every morning for school. It's Skyline Drive, it's called. But up at the top, they always have film crews up there. You'll see like the what do you call them? The craft services,
Mm-hmm.
and
Yeah,
all
like all the food
like
trucks and stuff.
the trailers all set up. But yeah,
That's
they
awesome.
filmed that over here. But
It's really
yeah,
cool.
that show just kind of lost its way, and it was so unfortunate because it was like they
It
stopped.
was such a phenomenon that like I
Yeah.
don't know if other people who didn't experience it like would know. My nephew was actually living in Georgia at the time. They like opened up Alexandria to people being able to come and take tours in there.
It's awesome.
So like it was like the biggest thing for him ever when he got to like go through all the houses and stuff and take pictures. But I don't know, man.
Season
I don't
6
think anyone would be doing that today.
Season 6 averaged 13 million viewers per week. Just to
Yeah,
give you an
it was
idea,
a phenomenon.
yeah, Raw,
That's
which
surprising.
WWE Raw on Monday, which was the first one after WrestleMania, which is a big deal, did 2.3 million. And that was like WWE's biggest Raw of how long?
years.
Since
Yeah.
2020. So Walking Dead in season 6 at its lowest was 6 times more than WWE's biggest WrestleMania Raw in years. Like it was
That's
a
just
big,
crazy.
big deal.
Yeah.
There was like I feel like around the time though when Walking Dead peaked, and don't ask me to pull any examples out of my ear, but
Put some
I feel
examples
like-
out of your.
okay, I will. I feel like there was a lot of shows coming out of that time where there was a lot of competition
Mm.
and
Yeah.
it got kind of drowned out. It was like the last bastion of like good television. I think that whole time.
Yeah, Sundays it was like the Wild West because I remember watching this during like Game of Thrones. They were both the same time slot. And it's like got to record one and watch one live.
Yeah, but I mean, I was glued to it from the beginning. It was amazing, but they fucked it up. They just kept going too long. Like just let it die.
Yeah. I think we
Let
all
it
loved
die.
it for a time. There's a reason why like we were all enthralled with it, but I don't know. It doesn't leave a good taste in your mouth, unfortunately.
Because
I hope
at
something
a certain
now.
point, it's like, give me a fucking break. Like these people are still going. I don't care how many of them fucking die. You know what I mean? Like, I'd kill
Just
myself.
kill
at that
them
point.
all. Just kill them all at the show.
Like, you know, you got a good setup, then it's ruined. Then you're with the garbage people. Who knows where you went? Fucking,
People.
I mean, it's terrible. You meet
It
a
makes
mayor.
sense.
He seems nice. He's got.
He
heads.
was in season 6.
Oh, is he?
that-
Okay, the dude at the
Yeah.
hilltop is kind of like the mayor.
Yeah.
He's got a palace or whatever.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's.
Wow.
I don't know. They just. I feel like they. It's like elder abuse at a certain point when shows get too far along, and it's like, all right, let them rest. You know, like just stop it. Like those poor
Like,
bastards
how
on
long should
SVU.
a show?
It's like Weekend at Bernie's.
Well, at least they only did 2 of those that I know
Yeah.
of. I don't know, like how long should a show go on? Like, is 7 seasons too much?
Depends.
Most
If
people
It
it's
are
depends
falling
on
off kinda
how many
after.
episodes per season. Like I'm looking
the
here,
writer.
Yeah,
season
depends on the
11 has 24 episodes.
Wow.
I that's a lot. I mean, and they're an hour long, right? 45 minutes
Yeah.
at least.
Yeah.
That's a
Think so.
lot.
Season-
Yeah, that's
Season
Some
3,
has 1 hour episodes.
season 3 of my Marvel vs. DC show has 150 episodes.
That is a
My-
lot of episodes.
That's a lot, bro.
That's too much.
See,
Yeah.
I think it's like a fundamental like problem because you start out with like a first season of a show and it's always fucking amazing. Maybe they have 3-4
Not
seasons
always.
planned out. Well,
Legends
pretty
of
much.
Tomorrow had the first trash season. Well, not trash, mediocre first season. So not always first season works.
I forgot what I was gonna say.
Well, Walking Dead started. It was supposed to
Great,
be with
yeah.
the 2-night little 4-episode thing. They stretched to 2 extra episodes because it did so well in the opening night. That
Yeah.
was something that had too much, and that was too much for 4 episodes if they did 6. So
Yeah,
for them
I
to go from
liked
6 to
season 1.
16, it's just every year too.
And I'm sure I was a bit harsh in season 2, but like season 1 was a banger. I liked it so much.
It's compact and tight.
So wait, I remember now. I remember. So what I was saying was that when I think all these shows, like new shows, any show, they should have a cap. It should be like 5 years and you're done. You're fucking out. Because what happens is once they go past that initial really good idea, it's all about like almost like audience
Making, yeah.
capture, where they're like, what is going to be the next? What's going to keep the people watching each week? It's not
Exactly.
like here's a good fucking story and like the Apple shows that I was so into for a while, that Gray and I went over a bunch of times. It's the same fucking thing. It's like they just keep pulling you along because it's like it's not a good story. It's not making me want to come back because it's a good fucking story. It's like, whoa, and, you know, the last 5 minutes of every episode is fucking incredible.
Mm. Well, yeah,
So
there's
it's like,
it's network. I don't know, Apple TV. I don't know why that's over there, but network television. The producers on Breaking Bad and Lost, they said that television studios they wanted to keep going because they're selling ads. They don't
Yeah.
care about the story. And
Yeah.
both Breaking Bad and Lost are like, listen, we got to put it in our contract that this thing's coming to an end. We don't care what the hell, but we're staying. But we want it finish a story. We don't care about your stupid ad buys. And
Yeah.
some people stop, and some people put 24 episodes in their 11th season.
Once we get there, we will.
Lost had a... Go ahead.
Once we get there, we will split the season in two. 24
Yeah.
episodes is just
That'll
way
make
too
it
long
better.
for a week. But
We got to talk
Yeah.
about Lost sometime, man. 'Cause,
if
I have a different
Never.
memory of it.
if
man.
you guys
That was a great
have
finale.
seen it to
I
the
loved it.
end and remember it well, that could be a thing in the far future once we get the new format on and such. But that I'm open to the idea as long as have you seen every season, Gray?
Yeah.
We have
Okay.
to go
Lost?
back.
What
Yeah,
about
it was
you,
like when it
Charles?
aired, so it was a long ass time ago.
I tried
What-
to get Nikki to rewatch it with me recently, and she got about 3 episodes in, and she's like, she's like, maybe you had to be in it. She's like, maybe you had to
Yeah.
live it. I'm like,
Yeah.
she
So
didn't like it,
That's
but she
what-
won't watch The Walking Dead either.
Break up
Yeah.
with her. It's over.
Anyway, that was an amazing episode as usual. Lots of laugh, lots of critique, lots of reviews.
Lots of me. But yeah.
DC, you know how I feel now.
All right. Next time, please roast me.
I don't
Well,
mind being
yeah.
roasted.
you have good takes, Gray. It's really hard to roast. Like
about
your
takes?
only bad take, Gray, was Aubin Shaw. But even there, like
It is the best of the Fast and Furious movies, and I will die by it.
Yeah, I like Hobbs and Shaw.
So what do you have going on, DC, on your end of the internet?
Tomorrow I should get a I should probably have a video coming out talking about Cody Rhodes winning the WWE Championship. How I overall feel about that. It's nothing anything negative, but yeah,
Finish the story.
Shit.
yeah, I'm a big WWE fan. Okay, I actually do stuff that the other guys are able to do. So yeah. So yeah, I'm a god here. Besides, I can have 7 cups of coffee 3 days in a row. Multi can't even handle like
Nice.
one sip. But yeah,
Tastes like shit, but yeah, keep going.
So good.
so yeah, I'm pretty much. I've planned to record tomorrow. At least the video. I'm not sure when I'll upload it. Probably like on Friday or something. But yeah, I should have a video talking about Cody Rhodes winning the WWE Championship from WrestleMania. This WrestleMania, in case just for Multi's sake, because I know if he doesn't watch WWE, he probably couldn't care less. But yeah.
Okay. What about you, Gray? What do you have going on your end of the internet?
Nothing really. I should have a video out eventually. Also, Thinkers on That Darn Kid's channel every Thursday. You can see a lot of the people on there. Hopefully, everybody very soon.
Yeah, I hope
But yeah,
one day. I hope to be on her channel, or at least that Thinkers stream. But yeah,
for sure,
hope so.
that would be awesome, man.
yeah, I've been on the.
But yeah, that's about all I got going on. What about you, Charles? What do you have going on your channel, sir?
I'm going to be releasing a video about how Damian Priest is the best title winner of WrestleMania.
Oh,
Nice.
No, I'm kidding. I'm absolutely.
I'm like, since when you
Oh, I was looking forward to your
covering
opinion.
that?
Why are you always roasting this fucking kid? It's like you don't let up on him.
I can't help it.
right.
So speaking of
He is a
Lost,
comedian.
I do have a episode on 415, which are important numbers for those in the Lost community. The video is done. My supporters can watch it right now. It'll be up on the channel on Monday, and I'll most probably be on Thinkers on Thursday. I've had a pinched nerve issue that's kind of annoying me, but not much I could do other than take some heroin or something.
Wow.
Oh,
I was kidding.
Okay.
I mean,
It's just mess.
share.
fair enough. Help, but yeah.
Hope you brought it up for everybody.
you know what's comedy? I like it, Charles. That's amazing.
Yeah.
I don't trust you as far as comedy's concerned. That was not a compliment.
No,
It was
tried
it was
to
a
be
7 out of 10
gentle.
joke.
Funny enough,
That was
funny
a
enough.
10 out of 10. Patrick, what do you have going on your end of the internet?
I got this really big thing coming up on 420. It's gonna
Nice.
take probably 5 to 7 hours.
No, look, I did a supercut, but we won't cover the entire thing
He
because
thinks you're talking about his video.
yeah, that's why it won't last that long. But yeah, the
Oh
video
my.
is that long, but it won't last that long.
Okay.
Oh my.
No, that's where I'm gonna be. I'll be there for you.
Thank you, bro.
I will be. I have to say I really enjoy when I pop in here and get to chit chat with all you guys. It's my favorite.
Hell yeah, thank you.
I love it,
thank
man.
you.
It really
is the
is,
best.
honestly.
And it
I
will
was-
be at 4:20 p.m. my time.
Patrick,
I know we
it's
have
midnight.
different time zones, but it will be 4:20 p.m. my time. So I think that would be like 2:20 for Gray, I think.
All right, I'll be busy then. But
I'll be celebrating early.
But
yeah,
Yeah.
but
it's always
we
420 in this house.
but it will most likely last at least 2 hours, most likely, maybe 3. I don't know.
Alright.
We'll see. Depends on the guests. So
I'll
right
show
when
up.
you can.
Yeah, whenever I feel like.
Yeah.
That's how
Yeah.
I like to do it. And then I do an Irish goodbye and I just leave.
Which is pretty awesome.
And
Hey, Multi, what do you have going on, sir?
I'm working on that cut. A cut of like 100 hours of streams into like 30.
I mean, I guess you are reducing it by 70%, but wow.
Yeah.
That's going to be, you're going to have to do that in parts, I guess.
Yeah.
I think the max it lets you put up is 12 hours. So
Yeah.
you're at least doing 3.
I'm doing it in 4 parts. Each season will be a part. And yeah, that's my big grind of the moment. Like right now I still need to trim half of season 2. But yeah, things are going well. Outside of that, eventually Naruto video will be out and I will start streaming games again eventually one day. Anyway, lots of fun. Thank you a lot. Tomorrow window a bit later than usual, 5 p.m. my time, so that would be 3 your time, Gray, because I know 4 it's a bit early for you, and like yeah.
What is that from you?
Usually
10?
That is a good
think-
question.
Right now for me it's 8:36. So that would be
So
PM?
however that helps you.
It's same
Yeah.
over.
so it's an hour later than what we did today.
Is that PM or AM?
PM.
PM.
So
It's 1:37 where I am.
yeah.
It's
Wow.
tomorrow. I'm in
It
the
is.
future.
Yeah.
It's
He is
Yeah.
in the future.
Yeah.
It's 8:36 here too. We're we're right in line.
Yeah. So it's basically an hour later than today, basically.
So
So-
so plus 5. What was your what times it start tomorrow? 5?
Yeah.
So 10
Yeah.
p.m. here.
Yeah. Exactly.
Make sure
exactly.
you just post it at every time.
Yeah. We'll
There's
post
the
it
title.
a few hours before, as usual, or DC will, because I trust DC. Even if we roast DC, DC is an amazing co-host, and sometimes he plays great reminders.
DC, this is all nonsense. They're just movies. Whether they get roasted or not, Multi's the same way. It's just silly talk.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I laugh, man. I laugh with
Yeah.
you guys.
Yeah, don't take it.
That's
to
how I
heart.
take it. That's how I
Yeah.
take it. There are worse things to get pissed
Fucking
at.
A.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's why I laugh. That's why I place myself into weird names like
Yeah,
best movie takes.
try smiling more.
Yeah. Try smiling more.
Yeah.
And we are out once I click end stream with
Bye.
Charles' face.
Long